Hey, 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 what is going on, everybody? We are back for Summit number 7. This is the Mountain Summit Virtual, and what an incredible honor it is to be back with each and every one of you. Can't believe that it was just a little over 40 days ago that we were all here for the one that we just did back in February. And what an incredible summit that was, right? Lives were changed, impacted in so many incredible different ways. And I didn't really have much time to breathe after that one because we turned around and here we are for our second one of the year. And before we introduce our first speaker, I just want to set the tone for the next 2 days. You're going to hear powerful and incredible stories of those who have experienced loss. And this is something that we all didn't choose to happen within our lives. So I want to encourage all of us, let's be honest with ourselves. Some of us showed up here today not okay. We're exhausted on the inside. And it would have been easier to reach out to me and say that maybe this isn't the right time, Dave. I need to take a break. And if you did that, I want to commend you. Because what we deal with on this mountain is heavy. But if you're tuning in and you're watching on Zoom and you're watching on Facebook, I want to apply to each and every one of you. Because losing a loved one is a very deeply personal experience. We all deal with it in different ways. Sometimes anger can take over and we can make some silly choices. Others, it can be alcohol, it can be drugs, it can be overeating. In my case, it was overeating. Today, we're going to be sharing stories on the fear of regret, things that were left unsaid, wishing that we could have that 5 minutes or that last phone call that we never had. But something I want to challenge each and every one of us as we get ready to depart base camp is that it's easy to stay stuck in base camp because it's comfortable. It's warm around the campfire. It's safe. But if you stay where you're comfortable and you're safe and you don't push yourself out of the comfort of that comfort zone, you're not honoring your loved one. And along the way, you're not honoring yourself. So as we get ready to make this climb, for some of us, it's our seventh climb. And for many of you out there on Facebook and YouTube, it could be your first climb. Let's make these 2 days the time that we're going to take some action. Let's honor our loved one and build the legacy for ourselves that we can live in the now while we're still honoring the loved ones that have already moved on. And we can still build our legacy while honoring their legacy. So guess how we're going to do that, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to introduce a powerful heavy hitter, and that's Wonder Woman herself. And this is someone that I have had the privilege and the honor of getting to know over the last 2 years. I met Amber Furman in Nashville, Tennessee, and I remember sitting in the audience at Movement Maker Live as she took the stage. And I remember hearing stories about Amber through some very close friends about how impactful and that she was the bullshit queen. And I said, oh, yeah, that's all cool and everything. I love the title. And within the first 30 seconds, I went like this because she hit me with an opening line that hit me straight to the heart. Because this young lady has a story that can shake mountains. So as we get ready to hit the mountain, keep your screens on, put your phones down, get rid of all the distractions, and get ready to level up, y'all, because we're not fooling around here. We're ready to take action. So with that being said, Amber, the mountain's yours.
David, thank you so much for having me. I am super excited and always honored when you invite me back. And thank you for the kind words. Only like 10% of what they told you was true, I'm sure. Um, I want to pre-frame this by saying if you're listening to this, whether you're in the VIP room, whether you're listening to this on the live, there's almost nothing worse for a speaker than just talking to yourself for 20 to 30 minutes. So if you guys have questions, if anything hits you, please engage in the chat and we'll dig into those things because this entire 2-day event is around you getting the information, resources, and shift that you need. And you cannot do that when you stay in your head. So if something hits you, please interact so that you can get the support that you need. David said some really powerful things in his opening, especially regarding honoring your loved ones, building a legacy, and most importantly, the fact that you didn't choose to have this loss happen to you. And we'll get into my story in a minute. Loss is something that I have more of a familiarity with than I would like to admit. And I didn't choose any of those to happen to me. I didn't choose the suicides in my family. I didn't choose the loss of my dad. I didn't choose the 10 funerals that I went to before the age of 18. When was the last time, though, that someone told you that you have a choice in how you feel? Because that's what I want you to sit with. You don't have a choice in what happened to you. You don't have a choice in the loss. You don't have a choice in the thing that changed your life. You have a choice in what you decide that thing means moving on. And David set this up perfectly because my background and my expertise is in human behavior. My expertise is in the way that we give meanings to experiences to justify the things that we think we deserve, the things that we think we should experience. And if you're going to truly honor your loved one, and if you're going to truly build the legacy that they would want you to have and that you deserve to have, we cannot do that from a place of guilt, shame, and sadness. And we shouldn't have to. We're not meant to. I can promise you that no matter what you think you did right or wrong in your life and in the relationships to the people that you lost, that they are not sitting wherever you believe they're sitting, thinking about you suffering and that being a good thing. We're the only ones that think that. And I want to get into, and I know it's early, so bear with me as we nerd out on some science here for just a little bit. I want to get into why we create those experiences and more importantly, how we create them. Because over the next 2 days, I want you guys to listen to speakers and think about your life with a little bit of a different lens and filter than you might have up until now. When I first started on my healing journey, my coach and my now mentor and friend, and so many things that is hard to put into words, said something to me that made me want to punch her in the face. And I'm sure that you're going to want to do the same when I say this to you. And I want you to sit with it for a minute because it really underlines everything you're going to hear over the next 2 days. Choice is a powerful thing, and suffering is always optional. As you sit in whatever you're sitting in as a result of the grief and the loss, I want you to know that your feelings are entirely valid. I'm not here to tell you that the things that you feel are not real. Well, yes, I am. I'm not here to tell you that the things that you feel are not valid and not justified. I am here to tell you that you feel them because of the choices that you choose to feel them, and that you can choose to feel differently whenever you want to. It's simple, not easy. I understand that. Nobody taught us this in school. Nobody taught us that the way that we feel is just a reaction to our version of events of what happened. And before we dig into my story, I want to talk a little bit about how I got to the science, because it's really important to understanding why we think the way we do. I was a practicing attorney. I've practiced criminal defense and immigration for 15 years. In 2016, I hit what I thought was supposed to take everything away. And when I say everything, I mean the pain, right? I imagined my pain that I had been compartmentalizing since the age of 7 would just be taken away with more success, right? And there are things that I'm going to hit on, choice moments where things happen to us in our life and we immediately make a decision of what that means. And that decision dictates the way we show up, the way that we react to things, and the choices we make in the future. Let me give you an example. When my dad passed away in 2001, I had a doctor's appointment 2 or 3 days later for an unrelated event. My mom came with me to that doctor's appointment. I was 18. We were together as a family, and I couldn't reschedule this doctor's appointment. So I go in, and the doctor immediately picks up that something's wrong. And she says, "What's going on?" And I said, "I just lost my dad. And it was sudden and it was unexpected and it was traumatic. And I'm numb." And her response to me was, "We're going to deal with what you came in with today, but I'm also going to give you a prescription for some depression medication in case you need it." I'm sure she meant that from a place of support. What landed in my brain was that if I tell people I'm not okay, they're going to medicate me. And medicating, I didn't even like to take aspirin. I didn't like to take any meds at all. So, what that taught me was for the next 15 years, I couldn't admit that I wasn't okay. For the next 15 years, I couldn't tell anybody that I was sad, that I was grieving, that I had to put on the strong face. Now, as the oldest of 3 kids, the strong face was something that I was used to. As the person who, my first experience with loss was at the age of 7 when my cousin committed suicide. When my uncle committed suicide at 14. When my dad was killed in a work accident. My dad was killed in a construction accident when I was 18. He went to work one day, he never came home. I went to 10 funerals, as I said, between the ages of 7 and 18. Each one of those taught me something. At the time that my brain was forming the most, at the time that the belief systems and the things that I thought about the world were forming the most, I was learning that relationships aren't worth building. I'm not worth sticking around for. People aren't going to stay, so you have to do life alone. Have to. How do you think that showed up in my dating relationships, in my family relationships, in everything I did moving forward? And then you want to add to it that I can't tell anybody that I'm not okay because they're going to drug me up and make me numb. That we create these versions of reality that are only formed in our own head. And then we live life and we make choices and we judge situations based on this made up version of reality that we have created in our own mind. And I want you to sit with that for just a minute, because what I thought was that, because I'm a child of the 80s and 90s. So, what were we told? We were told that college fixes everything, that $100,000 a year is the magic number that's going to solve all of your problems. The phrase I heard all the time was a bachelor's degree is the new GED. So, I had to go farther than a bachelor's degree. So, here I am, the first person in my family to go to college, trying to navigate life without the most important person that I know in it. And I'm trying to do that from a place of thinking that education, money, and a graduate degree is the solution. Somebody who had always been held to the identity of academic success, I couldn't even get up in the mornings. I was drinking way too much over the next 8 years that it took me to get a 4-year degree. I got married, I got divorced, I made really bad financial decisions. I did everything that was opposite of the values that I held and who I was. And it was all out of an attempt to outrun pain. We look at people. I ended up going on to law school. I had a conversation with my dad before he passed away about law school. I held on to that. When I hit what I thought was my rock bottom, I started thinking about what was going to shift that. And the funny thing about rock bottom, and I talk about this in my book, the funny thing about rock bottom is that the universe will hand you a beer and say, hold my beer and watch this while I make it worse because you thought this was as bad as it could get. Right? Rock bottom doesn't exist. Rock bottom is our way of trying to give ourselves permission to change. So if you are looking for permission to allow yourself to heal, consider this your permission to shift. When we create these definitions of success, as I was um, failing out of college, drinking too much, divorced, thinking, what is going to bring me back to that definition of success that I had in my head? The only thing that could come to me was dad said I'd make a good attorney. So I took some pre law courses and didn't hate it. I ended up going on to law school. I graduated at the top of my class. I moved to Vegas. I passed the bar on the first attempt and I became an attorney. And I started working really hard towards the success, the prestige, and the income that was supposed to take all the pain of the loss, the bad decisions, the choices that I had made in my life away. And in 2016, I hit that. In 2016, I hit my 6-figure income. And I sat there and I waited. And I know you're going to be shocked by this, but magic fairies didn't come take away all my shit. I was still stuck with it, right? So instead of the success, freedom, happiness, and perfect life that I thought this was going to bring me, I started having panic attacks and anxiety attacks. And I started thinking about what it was going to take for me to get those to go away. Now, we're programmed a certain way. We create these beliefs. I couldn't just admit that my belief system was wrong. So it couldn't be that money is the solution. It couldn't be that success is the solution that was wrong. It must be that I chose the wrong level of success. So let me work harder and make more money and give more effort to my career because I must not have chosen the right level of success to take away my pain. It couldn't possibly be that there isn't a level of success that's going to take away my pain. That was unfathomable to me. So I opened my own business. I opened a law firm in 2017. And I quickly learned that I knew nothing about owning a business. And this is when I walked into a sales course. A sales course that I found myself bawling in because for 8 hours, what I learned was that if I didn't feel happy, if I didn't feel successful, if I didn't feel worthy of love and connection, it was because I wasn't allowing myself to. And I sat with that for a little bit and I wanted to know more. Now, I was still dedicated to being the best attorney that I could possibly be. And one of the things that fascinated me the most, and this is what I want to dig into with you guys today. One of the things that fascinated me the most as an attorney is why you could show 10 people the same event and they would give you 10 different answers about what happened. And every single one of them would go to their grave thinking that they were telling the truth. You see, most people who approach a he said, she said situation, whether it's in business or family or leadership, or whether you're representing somebody of a crime, they approach that assuming that one person's telling the truth and the other 9 are lying. But what if everybody thinks they're telling the truth because that's what their brain allowed them to see? This was fascinating to me, and I wanted to dig into this more. So I want to share with you a little bit about how your brain processes information. So realistically, there is so much information happening at a time that we cannot fathomably understand it. Millions of pieces of information are coming in your senses at any given time. And your brain, in order to do its job of allowing you to navigate the world while also keeping you alive and making your heart beat and moving your muscles and allowing you to appear as a functioning human, has to figure out a way to filter that information. So when something comes in our senses, the smells we smell, the things we see, the sounds that trigger emotions in us, the things we're not even aware of, the birds outside, the rustling of the wind, the sound of my dog breathing behind me, all of those things are going on that we're not paying attention to. So when something comes in our senses, we have some filters in our unconscious mind that are meant to do three things. They're meant to delete things that we don't think are important. This is why when you focus on something, that's what you see. If you focus on problems, if you focus on grief, if you focus on sadness, if you focus on loss, that is what you will see all around you. Because that's what we have trained our brain to focus on. So it deletes the things that we've told it are not important. With everything else that's left, it tries to make sense of what we're experiencing so it knows how to navigate it. So the second thing it will do is it will generalize the things that are coming in order to make it make sense comparative to a former experience that we've had. So think about the last time I had this conversation with somebody, it ended in an argument. So if I have a difficult conversation with somebody ever again, they're going to yell at me. Our brain says this happened once, so it's going to happen again. So it takes this experience, somebody's tone of voice. The last time somebody used that tone of voice with me, they were judging me. So that must mean this person's judging me too, so I can't be open with them. It takes the external experience and it generalizes it based upon our past experiences. And then the last thing that it does is it takes everything that's left and it distorts it to fit our model of reality. What are our values, our beliefs? What were we taught by society? Real men don't cry. Nobody wants to hear about your problems. Don't be a burden to anybody else. This is a big one in grief, right? I can't reach out and talk to anybody because I'm a burden. Yet, have you ever had somebody reach out to you, tell you that they're not okay, and you say, God, my God, can you just be a little less needy? Right? We don't ever think that about anybody else. But we think that about ourselves because it has been drilled into us since the day that we were born that we were supposed to be okay and that we're not supposed to be needy and we're supposed to be self-sufficient and we're supposed to fit the societal roles. I am the opposite of societal roles. I grew up in a religious town. I never wanted kids. I was single for the majority of my life. I put my career before I put family. And I have zero guilt or regret about any of those things now. I didn't then. This isn't a grief related conversation. This is a human related conversation. So, whether you're talking about growing a business, whether you're talking about sales, or whether you're talking about getting up in the morning and allowing yourself to be human in a place where you don't feel like you deserve to be human because of the guilt, the shame, the sadness, and the loss that you're carrying around with you, this is a human conversation. Your values, your beliefs, your past experiences, your memories, all of those create the model under which you see the world. So these things like guilt, shame, hurt, and sadness, they're not just feelings, they're filters. And here's what happened, and I can guarantee it happened to each and every one of you. You get to decide how it happened. You lost somebody in your life. You wouldn't be in this event if you didn't. Grief and loss is such a powerful community creator, or as David would say, family creator, right? Grief is not just about a human. We grieve parts of our identity when we outgrow the people that the person our family thinks we should be. We grieve the loss of a job when we work really hard to get something and it doesn't turn out the way that we want it to. We grieve pets, we grieve opportunities, and we grieve people. When any of those things happen and we start looking back at what we did or didn't do while we're trying to understand what just happened in our life, we create value judgments about what we did right and what we did wrong. And we use those value judgments to decide what we deserve. And then, based on what we decide we deserve, we then choose to feel a way that justifies that decision. So if you're sitting in grief and loss, and I know that, like, listen, this has been an 8-year process for me, 9-year process for me of really getting to the heart of what makes humans make decisions. So I know that there's a part of you that's saying, but I don't choose this. And that's okay. What I want you to think about just briefly is, in whatever loss you're thinking of as you come to this event, what is that thing that you're holding on to, that moment that you decided that because you showed up that way, you weren't a good sibling, you weren't a good family member, because you didn't react a certain way, because you weren't there as much as you thought you could be, whatever the moment is that you chose to rely on to decide that you didn't deserve to be happy. I want you to think about that for just a minute. And I want you to think about what you did right in those moments. Because how many times have we had somebody come to us and say, I am so sorry that I wasn't the person that you needed me to be? And we respond by saying, I don't know what you're talking about, because there were moments that you're the only reason I could get out of bed. You were exactly the person that I needed you to be. But we don't see that for ourselves because we're too busy judging ourselves. We're too busy convincing ourselves that if we move on, if we smile, if we laugh, if we're happy, then we're forgetting their memory. But here's the reality. The reality is that guilt and shame and sadness, they're not destinations that we're supposed to live in. We confuse feeling guilty and feeling shameful and feeling sad with being them. And then they become a part of our identity, and they become something that we can't allow ourselves to let go of. So I'm going to say something that you probably don't hear enough. Allowing yourself to heal is not the same thing as allowing yourself to forget. When you heal, when you allow yourself to be happy, when you allow yourself to be successful, when you allow yourself to connect with people and be supported, it doesn't mean that the person that you loved and that you miss mattered any less. It means that you are finally honoring who they wanted you to be in the first place. When guilt and shame are the lens that we choose to see the world through, we don't actually get to carry the good memories of the people that we loved along with us. Instead, we carry all of the moments that we think we didn't show up. What would your life and your relationship with both the people that you've lost and the people that you are still here with be like if instead you allowed yourself to choose to see these experiences through the connection that you had, the moments you had, and the things you did right instead of the things that you did wrong? Now, here's where it gets real interesting, as if it hasn't been up to this point, right? We may think we hold these beliefs about loss and grief in a bubble related to our experience, but we don't. So when we think, I wasn't a very good I wasn't a very good sibling or person or loved one to this person, so I don't deserve to show up for anybody else. I was single for 9 years because I couldn't allow myself to show up and be supported by another human being. When I thought that was solely a personal decision, then I looked at, why isn't my business growing? Well, how do I expect my business to grow when I don't allow people to support me in my business, just like I don't allow people to support me in my personal life? Work life balance, work life separation, compartmentalization is a myth. It is a myth that does not exist. Who you are in your business and who you are in your personal life are the same. And I will fight people for this because there's a phrase that we have that I know people that are listening to this have a love hate relationship with, that how we do one thing is how we do everything. And I've gone toe to toe with this, right? And people will say to me, Amber, that's not true because how I love my spouse is not the same way that I make sales calls, isn't it? Because if you can't have a difficult conversation with your spouse, then how are you going to have a difficult conversation on a sales call? If you can't have a difficult conversation with your spouse, that when one of your team members isn't showing up 100%, how are you going to tell them that that's not okay? When you're running from your feelings and you're refusing to acknowledge them in your personal life and you're making it everybody else's responsibility to walk on eggshells around you think that doesn't show up any differently in your personal life and your professional life? And lastly, when you tell yourself that you are not deserving of connection because you can't show up for people because you didn't show up for somebody one time in your 40 years of existence, so you don't deserve connection, how do you think you're going to show up to allow other people to think that you give a shit about them in their business? You can't. The hardest part about this process is that the only way to truly connect with people is to drop the shield and allow them to see who you are. Your faults, your successes, the things you love about yourself, but more importantly, the things that you judge about yourself. And here's what I talk about the most. That thing you're shielding the world from, that this thing that you've put in this compartmentalization box and you've shielded from the world because you think if the world knew this thing about me, they would judge me, they wouldn't love me, they'd think about me differently. That thing is the thing that makes you connectable and different in this world. That thing is the thing that when somebody says she just doesn't understand me, oh, wait a minute, maybe she does. Because I can talk about human behavior all day long and I can talk about programming all day long and I can do it from a scientific standpoint and nobody will fucking care until they believe that I've experienced it and I've been through it. So I can't have this conversation with you without sharing the really shitty decisions that I made, without sharing the relationships I shielded myself from, without sharing my experience with loss and grief. So to go back to that doctor's office 15 years ago, I can't help you understand that it's okay for you to choose to be okay if I'm not willing to acknowledge that I wasn't. Right? We all have a mission in this world, whether it's personal or whether it's professional. And the fastest way to that mission is to acknowledge that you choose the way that you respond to events and that choice allows you to empower yourself to be exactly what somebody else needs you to be. Because there is someone else that is sitting in the world right now that thinks that they are the only person who has gone through what you went through. There is somebody in the world right now thinking that they are the only person who feels like they're not worthy of love and connection. And nobody has ever told them that they feel the same way too. Do you realize that I turned 43 this year. My dad was 42 when he died. I used to count down the years before I outlived my dad. The guilt and shame and sadness that I felt on my 43rd birthday because I reached a part in my life my dad never got to was something I never expected. In fact, I'll leave you with this. It was right before I was about to go on a cruise, and I was with my now boyfriend, and I was a raging bitch. Um, Everything was affecting me in a really unnormal way. Everything was irritating me. And he looked at me in this bar and he's like, "What the hell is going on?" And I said, "I don't know. I just feel blah. Like I feel tense. I feel gross. I feel unnerved. I can't put my finger on it." And he asked the perfect question without knowing it was the perfect question. And he said, "What is it that would allow you to know what's going on?" And as soon as he said that, I started bawling and I said, "I just turned 43 and my dad never got to be here." Do you think my dad wants me sitting in that? Or do you think my dad's sitting up there proud of everything that I've accomplished in the last 43 years? Right? I want you to think about who your loved one wants you to be, who you deserve to be, and the choices that you have allowed yourself to make. And over the next, and I know I'm running out of time, so I'll make this quick. The reason I started with this, because this is different than what I've talked about in the past, or at least a different way. As you go through the next 2 days of speakers, I want you to really dig deep in, what about this did I choose? And it's not an easy conversation. And I'm going to give you my phone number because there's going to be a moment that you feel like you can't reach out to anybody and talk about what it is that you want to talk about. And I want you to know that you can reach out to anybody, and I'm giving you permission to reach out to me. So if at any point in time you want additional support and resources, and even if it's just a conversation to say, "Hey, like, I'm starting to realize I chose this," write down my number and shoot me a text or give me a call. My number 702-323-6051. And when you feel like you don't have a person you can talk to, I want you to know that you do. So over the next 2 days, remember, choice is a powerful thing and suffering is always optional. If you're looking for permission to heal and grieve and be the badass person that you were put on this earth to be, this is your permission. And if you want to build the legacy and honor your loved one in the way that only you can, the only way you can do that is by allowing yourself to let go of the grief and let go of the sadness and let go of the guilt that you feel. And I'll leave you with that.
You know, we were talking, all of us in the Zoom room, and uh, before we went live, that we were going to start this thing out with an avalanche. Well, we experienced the avalanche this morning, y'all, because um, Amber truly is a beautiful soul. And I know there's a lovely young lady that wants to pour into Miss Amber here, but I'm going to beat you to it here really quick, Mary, because I know everybody loves Amber. And why wouldn't we? She's amazing. Something you said that I just want to tap into really quick here, Amber, and it really resonated with me, was you said turning 43. I still don't believe that. I think you look like you're 35 and all this. So still don't believe that. I need to see a birth certificate or something. But with that being said, with when my brother passed, it was a genetic disorder. And I was 35 when he passed away, and he was 39. And for those 4 years, yeah, I can do math. I'm proud. Um, when he turned 39, or when I turned 39, that was not a fun year because there was the constant, like, okay, is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? And it was the realization about, okay, even though it happened to him, it's not going to happen to me. And the guy never really got afraid of anything. So why the hell am I living with the fear of it happening? Because we only get this one life to live, right? And so I just wanted to just touch on that, because, to take that first step is to pull away from that fear and reach out, everybody. Just like Amber did right there. Here's my number, 303-250-8969. We're both here to support you. I don't sleep. And that's not because I don't want to. There's other reasons, but I'm always here to support. So I wanted to just say thank you for impacting my life in that way. And we're going to hand this over to our VIP room. So I know Mary had her hand up. What do you got for us, Marinator?
Hey, thank you for let me be here. But Amber, I loved jumping in and hearing you. It's been a while since I've heard you speak, and everything that you have said resonated with me. I do not feel alone in the shame and grief of hiding and knowing that I can connect and reach out. Hopefully you can hear me okay. But my dad was 43. So I thank you for verbalizing that, waiting until uh, I felt like I was holding my breath until I hit 44. And then realizing that my dad was no longer on this earth at his 44th birthday. And that was the last 2 years because I'm 46 now. So it was, thank you for making me feel not alone in that. And it's impactful when you realize that. And then how do I move forward? Because it was like I had a roadmap for his 43 years. And then after that, it was like I feel untethered in this world. Do you know what I mean? And then being grounded. So I really appreciated you verbalizing all of that. And it's so good to see you. And I wrote down your number and I will reach out.
It's
So
so
thank
good
you.
to see you too. I have been so smiley seeing you more active. So it's good to see you back. And I just want to challenge you just a little bit and say untethered is a beautiful place to be because it's limitless, right? You have you no longer have this belief of the roadmap that you had when you were following your dad's footsteps, and you can go anywhere that you want to go because you are untethered. And that's a beautiful place to be.
I love that, and second that, Mary, it is beautiful ever since, what was it, February when you first came back with us, seeing where you're going and what you're doing and the excitement. Every time I see you on Facebook, if I could do a backflip or a somersault or I don't know, something like that, it would be hilarious to witness because I've never been that athletic. I could always throw a football and tackle, but I would do that. But it's been so beautiful to see that. So thank you, Amber. Thank you, Mary. Who else wants to pour into Amber? Because after Amber, you're going to have to listen to me for a little while. And I don't have the beautiful tonality as our amazing Amber. Go ahead, Tish.
So, Amber, you and I are always on the same wavelength, and that's sometimes scary when you meet someone that you think, is she like a mind reader? Because choice is so powerful. And thank you for slapping us upside the head saying you own that choice. And that accountability, that is tough. And that is bullshit when we say, oh, not my fault. So thank you.
Uh, Thank you for saying that. I saw a video the other day, and I have some content coming out around this topic that people think self-awareness is freedom. And it is.
Mhm.
And by no means makes life easy. In fact, in many ways, it makes it more difficult. And it's more rewarding for sure. We no longer have the ability to just throw our hands up and say, this is how I'm wired and this is how I'm made. Because we know that we have the choice of how we show up and how we respond. And the reality is anything that we've chosen, we can unchoose anytime we choose to unchoose it. And that reality comes with it a heaviness that anything in our life that is less than supportive is something that we allow to be here. And that is both powerful and infuriating at the same time.
Thank you. Wow.
Tish, I have to share this. We go at one sec, Deb, and then we'll go to you, okay? When you said mind reader and that Amber smacked us right on the side of the head, I think I've shared this at every single summit. My brother's favorite term with me was he always would slap me in the back of the head whenever I was a smart ass. Or he said, or he would always say, I'll knock you in the next Tuesday. This month, everybody, in 11 days, this is why this summit, this one, every other 6 summits have been very close and special to me. This one is the most important one because in 11 days, I'm celebrating his life on April 19th. Everyone that I asked to be a part of this means something to me and that my brother would have loved and cared about. And when you said that, I'm having all these memories flooding back right now of Joey and I as kids and growing up. So I just wanted to share that. So thank you. Go ahead, Deb.
Hello. Morning, everybody. Hi,
Good morning.
Good
Amber.
morning.
To Tish's comment, are you a mind reader? Yeah.
Some days.
And what I wrote down was allow people to support you. I have been very good at supporting others and not as good as allowing others to support me. I'm at 65, I'm starting to catch on. So you're ahead of the game, my friend. Love you. Mwah.
You are so sweet. Thank you for that.
Absolutely agree with that, Deb, Tish, everybody, and Kristen just put in the message. I don't know if I can say this right because she has a certain way she says this, but it's yes.
Yeah.
I probably didn't say that right, Kristen. Love you, sis. But yeah. Before we let you go, Amber, because I know you've got a busy morning with your little pup there who looks like she hasn't moved since you.
No, she's lazy as fuck. So
I know you got a lot of amazing things that you've got going on where you're at these days. What's the new and exciting Amber project that we're working on over there that you would like to share with everybody?
yeah, thank you for giving me that opportunity.
course.
Really, it's just doubling down on the NLP trainings here. So if you guys know anybody who is looking for a great weekend in Vegas and wants to dig really deep into understanding some of the things I talked about today, the programming that we have, how we can shift it, our relationship with emotions, and how it affects our life and business. Our NLP training in Vegas is an incredible way to really get some awareness of how we're showing up. So, that's what we're growing is the in-person. We do it all in person because while I love the virtual format, you can turn cameras off in person. You can't turn your camera off in real life, and there is nowhere to hide in me in my training room. So we will get to the heart of all the things. So if you guys know anybody who was intrigued by what I talked about today and wants to know more, that's what we're digging into.
Awesome. And I'll second that, everybody. I know one person that is in the Blue and Green fam that came out and hung out with you and did that training. And I asked her, and she really agreed with that. Jimmy just asked, when in Vegas are you doing your next training? If you want to share that with us.
Yeah, so I can definitely, if you shoot me a message, I can text you the dates and all of the information, but I'll give you the information now. Our practitioner training is 8 days. We do it over 2 4-day weekends. And our next training is May 14th through the 17th. So that Thursday through Sunday, the 14th through the 17th. And then part 2 is June 4th through the 7th, that first weekend of June. So it's 2 weekends, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Awesome. And Jimmy, as you can tell, we all love Amber and we second that, support everything that she does. She's a powerhouse. And if you're interested in that, I highly recommend you reach out to her.
And to answer your question, Tish, I don't have a link for my training because opposite of, marketing advice, I don't sell my training online. And there's a reason for that. I need to put an application page together, but these tools are so powerful that I choose who I give them to. So if you want to reach out to me, I'm happy to send you the information. But I don't do online enrollments because I vet who comes in my room.
I love what you said about an application page. I love that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
That's awesome. Amber, any final words you want to share with all of us here on Facebook and Zoom land before we go into our next speaker, aka me?
Just stay open. You get out of experiences what you allow yourself to get out of them. And so over the next 2 days, stay open, stay curious, and allow yourself to question what you believe about your experiences.
Love it. Love it. We've had a few comments from Facebook. Love Amber. Let's go, Amber. That was from Michael Faber, and comments have been flooding in as we've been going through the morning so far. Just want to remind everybody we are live streaming this over onto our YouTube channel, which is the second time that we've been doing this. So if anybody on Facebook and are watching this on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe to Journey Forward with MBM. We will be sharing something very special tomorrow with our second day, and the theme, it's Legacy in Motion, because there is a very beautiful tribute that Raquel Soto put together in the middle of last year. So I'm really excited to share that with everybody. It's been a little bit since we've aired this beautiful, beautiful tribute that Raquel put together for MBM, and don't worry, it won't be me this time sharing it. It'll be something else, since sometimes it still sounds like I'm going through puberty with my crackly voice. But I want to just give a shout out to our gal Amber Furman. How incredible was that, right? Every time I ask Amber to be a part of this, I don't know which direction she's going to take with this. And that's what I absolutely love about Amber. That's why I asked her to be the opening for this, because I know she's going to bring the heat. I know she's going to bring the intensity, the empathy behind it, and all of that. And that's what I love about it, because every summit that we do, it's always different. And, this one, as I mentioned, is very close and dear and personal to my heart. And, it's for multiple reasons. The first one is because in 12 days, I had to do the math there. I mean, I don't know why I couldn't just add one day on, right? But in 12 days, we'll be celebrating the life of my brother. And I still can't believe that it's been almost 8 years since I lost him. And it's crazy to think that I can still think back to April 19th, 2018, and remember every second of that night. Like yesterday, I can't even remember what I had for lunch. I can't even remember the tasks that I had to do to get ready for the next 2 days. But I can think back to 8 years ago, and I can think about the text message that he and I had 3.5 hours before he passed away. And the text message was a conversation that he and I were having about taking care of our mother's car, and how we wanted to make sure that we were going to surprise her about getting some new tires put on while she was on vacation, and how we were excited about it. And the last thing we said to each other after that conversation when he texted me that the payment was taken care of was, I love you, buddy, and I'll talk to you soon. And then after that, I put my phone in my bag and I walked out to my school bus because at that time in my life, I was a special needs school bus driver. And for the rest of the afternoon, went by my day, drove to the school bus and got off of work. And the rest is history. And what I didn't realize is the amount of regret that I was carrying in the first 6 to 7 years after his passing. The things that were left unsaid, the thank yous that I never gave him. I was not an easy younger brother to deal with. The amount of times I would blame him for things when we were kids, especially the one time when our parents were at work and we were living in Apollo Beach, Florida, and we would always jump on our bikes and ride up to Winn-Dixie. And we would ride up there and buy 2 boxes of deluxe 4 cheeses, mac and cheese, Crunch bars. He would get a Sunkist and I would get a Cherry Coke. We'd ride back to the house, and this time he let me make the mac and cheese at the age of 8 years old. Because I told him, I can handle this. I know what I'm doing. And as a good big brother, he believed me. Why would you believe an 8-year-old, especially an 8-year-old version of me? I mean, at almost 43 years old, I mean, I wouldn't believe myself now, even with granite countertops. So I get the hot water in the pot, I put it on the stove, and the next thing I know, I pour everything out, I get the cheese mixed up and the noodles mixed up right. Mix everything up, put the bowl on the table, the Crunch bars and the sodas, and then it happened. I put the hot pot down on the counter, and guess what the counter did not have? Granite. But here's the thing that happened. When our parents got home from work, my brother took the blame. My parents knew that it was me that put the pot on the countertop, but they didn't say anything because they wanted my brother to be able to protect his younger brother. And when that night that I got that phone call from my sister-in-law that we lost him, it was crazy. The silence enveloped me. Even though my ex-wife was back in the office, in her office at the house, I could hear the TV on and I could hear the music. But all of a sudden, all I could hear was the thumping of my heart racing in my head. The confusion that enveloped my brain. I didn't believe her. And I still didn't believe her until I got confirmation from Boulder PD. And all of a sudden I had this weight that this can't be real. Because he was a 14-time Ironman finisher. He put his body through 14 of that race. And for those who don't know what that is, it's a 2.4-mile run, 112-mile bike ride, and a 26.2-mile run. And he never had any issues with that. And I started to think about, nobody teaches us what to do with the words that we don't say to our loved ones. The regret that I had after I heard that he was gone, the anger that I had, the guilt. There were nights that I had nightmares because he passed away in a bathroom at work. And that nightmare enveloped me because it was me kneeling over him, desperately wishing that I could trade places with him. Because I was the one in the family with the heart issues. And it took time for me to be able to understand that it wasn't my time. And I wish that I could have had more time with him, right? And that was the regret, that I wish that God could have just snapped his fingers, sort of like from the Avengers movie, and be able to get those Infinity Stones back so I could have brought him back, but it just wasn't there. And I carried that for years. And that weight of that regret buried me. Even while I was building New Beginnings Motivation, I acted like, yes, my heart is broken because my brother was no longer here. And I was very good at hiding what was really happening internally. And it wasn't until I was willing to drop those walls and allow people back in to my heart and say, no, I'm not okay. It wasn't until I was willing to talk about that nightmare publicly and with those who I love and care about. When I was finally able to say, as much as I wish I could have had him for more than 35 years, I was being selfish, obviously. I mean, if you guys could have met Joe, you would have thought he was more amazing than me, and I would have been okay with that because the guy actually was more amazing than me. He had the brains, I had the looks. But what finally shifted was, what if the conversation never ended? Because what I finally realized was, even though I couldn't have that conversation with him verbally and be able to hear him, I can still have that conversation with him now. What if I changed the format, right? What if the love I never truly expressed him while he was alive, I could change it now? I tell him every single morning when I wake up, hey, buddy, I love you. What's on the agenda today? What are we going to do? How are we going to live today? That's how you live your life. That's how I honor my brother's love, his legacy. I live my legacy right now by fully living with total clarity, total vision, and knowing where I want to go. And here's the thing, everybody. Everybody here that you saw during the conversation after Amber did her beautiful, beautiful story, is you don't honor them by staying stuck. You honor them by becoming love requires by acting now. By being willing to take that first step. That is where everything changes. That's where we're going to step into, as everybody knows I love to do at these summits, We're going to jump into our very first exercise. And this is the unfinished exercise. I want you to think of their name, of the one you lost. Pull out an iPad, cell phone, piece of paper, and I want you to finish the conversation with them. Say what you didn't say. Apologize if you need to. Say thank you. Say I love you. Why don't we take 5 minutes with this? We'll come back. And if anybody on our Zoom wants to share, I would love to hear it. So let's start. And we've got 5 minutes. right, all right. Let's come back on here. And I'm having some technical difficulties. Whenever I put it on the speaker view, it doesn't work for me. So this is why we're on everybody. But I love that because we get to see everybody's beautiful face. How did everybody feel about that exercise? Who would like to share? I can go first if everybody would like, but who would like to share? Go ahead, Trav.
All right. So hold on. Let me shut this door. So mine, I mean, I lost this person. They're still alive, but I lost them just because I lost them. So my dad left when I was 2. And, I said to him, I don't blame you anymore or myself. I'm finally okay with the fact that you weren't meant to be a dad and that I was. And I also have forgiven myself for blaming others for somebody's choice that they made. And then also to my cousins who committed suicide, I mean, they taught me a lot, showed me different things. And, I miss them. I do. So, I mean, that's pretty much about it for me.
That's amazing, bro. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for sharing. Go ahead, Mary.
All right, David, I want to say thank you for this activity. It's very meaningful. So I wrote a letter to my brother who was 36 when he passed away from heart failure. So I'm gonna try to get through this, but dear John, forgive me for not showing up and seeing you the last summer you were alive. I deeply regret being unable to see you. I know you understood and have never held it against me. I want you to know that I miss you and I miss your presence in my life. I miss my brother. I know you're with me and have guided me the last 10 years. It's been really hard navigating this world without you. Please tell Dad that I love him and forgive me, and I love you always.
That's beautiful, Mary.
Thank you for this activity.
You're very welcome. Thank you for your courage, and Travis for your courage. Anybody else? Okay. Jimmy, go ahead, bro.
Well, listen, first, I want to thank you for the exercise. I lost my mom a couple years ago, and I was at a swim meet, and I got a phone call that she had been rushed to ER. So I left the meet and went to the ER. I was the last one of the family to see her alive. My mother and I had just developed a relationship after years of being away from each other. And I just want to let you know that I have spoken to my mom many, many times now. It's hard for me too. I get emotional. Since her passing, that we have spoken many times about things that have gone on in my life. So anyway, thank you, David. Thank you. It was great.
You're very welcome, Jimmy. And I am very sorry for the loss of your mom. And I'm proud that Tim introduced you to the family and that we can be here for you, because I do take everyone here very personal and close to my heart. Everybody here is family to me. And it's the same with my business partner, Austin Cunliffe. Everybody that comes, you're stuck with us. And, this is a tribute not only to my brother, but Mary's brother, Travis's cousin, who I've heard a lot of stories about through Michael Faber. And I feel like I know the guy, even though I never met him. And it's a tribute to your mom, to Tish's brother that we've heard a lot about, and Amber's dad, and Kristen's amazing story that she's spoken many times on the summit, and I'll get her back on the next one. She needed to take a break today. And Jimmy, I look forward to getting to know you, so thank you for sharing that with us. And it's a beautiful tribute. Anybody else? Now, after this activity, I want you to hear this. We all know your love was real with all of them. What would they want from you today? What do you think they would want you to do today? Travis, you're doing it. You're sharing your story, bro. You did it in February. You're doing it on Michael Hummel platform. You're doing it again here. You're getting it out there. Mary, you reignited the fire within you back in February. Deb, you're showing up every summit. Jimmy actually beat you this summit and was the first one in the room. And Jimmy, I gotta tell you, bro, that's a massive feat because it's either between Deb and Tish on who's the first one into the Zoom room before we kick off the summit. Tish, you know how much you're doing and how much you mean to me. You're always crushing it and doing it. Deb, you know, you're doing it as well. Your loved ones, even though, Deb, I haven't met you in person yet. Same with you, Trav. And I know I never met your loved ones, but I can feel it inside me. I don't know if I'm an empath or what. I don't know if I believe in that stuff. But what I can tell you is, with everything that I have been through in my life, with what I've had to do within my own life, with what today means to me personally, outside of my brother, seeing what each and the people that have been with me since the beginning, Tish, Amber, Deb, since the second or third one, I think you've been with me pretty much from the beginning. Each and every one of you are doing that, and that's what your loved one is seeing. And that's what's exciting here, everybody. That's what Journey Forward with every step means. There's no more waiting. Let me tell you, folks, no more waiting and igniting that spark like we did back in February. The testament of that is Travis and Mary. These two literally attached a rocket at their keister and launched themselves from base camp and almost made it to the summit of Everest at record timing because of the excitement that's within them. Tish, go ahead.
So sharing stories helps others. And Travis knows this, and everyone that was on the last summit. Travis forced me to take accountability and to realize with his story, I had an aha moment 40 some years after my brother died. So don't ever forget that your story is impactful. 40 some years. I tried to save my brother instead of listening to him. And that's all because of Travis. God bless you. You will always hold a place in my heart, my friend.
Thank you. That means a lot.
I second that. I saved that video that Tish did after that summit because, Travis, you knocked the barn doors off of the barn. I don't know if you can put barn doors on a mountain, but if you could, those barn doors wouldn't have lasted on a mountain either, even if they're made out of stone like in Lord of the Rings. Right? And the only way to create movement, right? How do you think you start a movement? What do you have to do? This is the interactive portion of this talk. Who wants to answer that?
But you got to
Yes.
move.
Yeah, gotta move.
You got to
You
move.
gotta, yep,
You have to
You
make
gotta-
a choice to move.
yep. Sort of like
And
what Amber's
moving
doing
is
right now.
changing and it's uncomfortable.
Yes.
Yep. You gotta stop waiting. You gotta tell people you love them.
It's
you gotta
either,
speak. What's
it's
that, Tish?
either one day or day one.
Yep. I used to be the guy that used to say, I'll do it tomorrow. And there are two people in my life that give me so much grief for that. That's Austin, and that's Michael Faber, and I'll add a third, and that's Amber Furman. She has this look where like her eyebrow pokes up. And it's right there. See? It's the eyebrow poking up. And that's where you got to speak what matters in your heart. You got to start moving, stop waiting, tell people you love them, and then become who you want to be. I had to become the mountain and to embrace the movement that I was building. And I've shared this multiple times. I kept running away from what my true purpose in NBM was all about because I wasn't ready to take on this movement up until about 15 months ago. I had to become this movement and the embodiment of who my brother was, their kindness, their strength, and their humor. And I tied that into who I am. Now, that's an interesting combination, everybody. I was the goofball in the family. My brother was the analytical, logical thinker. And when I did that, that's when everything shifted. That's when everything changed. Legacy in motion. Journeying forward with every step became what it is today. And that's where it all starts. A beautiful, lovely, talented young woman who I know, who I met back in February last year, reminded me about a month after she spoke on our summit was when everything started to develop with this. And it reminded me why I built this movement. And Megan reminded me when I was knee deep in my grief, getting close to another anniversary of his passing, why I do this. It was because I didn't want anybody to be alone, to deal with the grief by themselves. I wanted to build something and help someone to be able to share their story and to create an impact. It wasn't to be all about me because I don't want it to be all about me. I wanted to create this movement so that the Travises, the Megans, the Marys, the Kristens, the Tishes, and who's new to us, Jimmy and Amber, to come and be able to share the stories of their loved ones and to talk about what they meant to them. I had someone tell me that they didn't deal with their emotions of losing their dad for 25 plus years. And when they were finally able to have a place where they could come and honor the loss of their dad and what he meant to them. That's what is more important to me than anything. That's where legacy is so vitally important to me. Legacy isn't what we leave behind, it's how you choose living starting right now. So as we get ready to continue on as we go, we're way ahead of schedule. So we're going to continue this, and I'm going to keep on talking because I love to talk, and we're going to bring in some interactive stuff right now because we have so many amazing souls here. We're going to do some discussions about with some of our OGs that came here, that are here with us, especially AB, my adopted sister. She's going to do some backflips and bring some chickens in, and she's going to give us a course on how the chickens do back. No, I'm kidding, Ash. I want you all to just remember, you didn't miss your chance with them because you still carry them within your heart. Remember, as we talked about during that exercise, that you can still have that moment to be able to talk with them. You just didn't know that love would ask more of you. So take this step. Live the legacy in the now, and let's continue to build that legacy. That not only for yourself, but also for your family. And through that process, you'll be able to honor the legacy of your loved ones. Because that's what they would want us to do. They wouldn't want us to slow down and to stay stuck. I know for a fact if I stayed stuck in that rut like I did the first 2 years after my brother's passing, if he could figure out a way to come down from heaven, he would have done that, and he would have kicked me in the rear. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys or girls of all ages, we're going to hand this over to our lovely, lovely, lovely Zoom room. What do you got for us, Deb?
I just want to piggyback with what you just said about what our loved ones would want for us, that sort of thing. As a lot of you already know, and I'll talk about it tomorrow, I subscribe to physics. So I'm such a scientist. And specifically law of energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only change form. And the essence of every sweet face in this Zoom room, our essence is energy. I do believe that's actually been scientifically documented. Therefore, when we shrug the mortal coil, we continue. We continue. Has anyone here ever misplaced something in their house? And eventually one day you gave up looking for it, and eventually one day you come across and it's like, well, there it is. Yeah, I think they hide things. It could just be that I'm 65, but I sincerely believe that we can have interaction. And we've actually got some people part of our group who do readings, I believe. I don't know that that individual is here at this moment, but I've heard some spectacular communication, from the other side, if you will. And my aha moment came years and years ago when I was lamenting the loss of my father. I love my father. Frank was a rat pack kind of guy. And I literally thought, and David, I know you're gonna really identify with this, that if I wasn't in pain, physical pain every day, that I mistook for honoring the loved one that had passed, that I was somehow dishonoring. And Tish, you're going to recognize that it's like, no, we've got that backwards. It's reverse. My humble opine is the best way to honor is to, once we work through it, we got to work through it, but to grab life by the horns and ride it with joy and wring every last drop out of this particular go round that we get in this incarnation, in this meat suit. And I think that honors those that have made their transition. That's all I got to say about that. Love you guys.
No, I love it, Deb, and love you too. And always love your feedback on that. What you got for us, Meg? And
Hey, that's kind of funny because the only people in my life who call me Meg are my family, and it's kind of, I don't know why, but it's funny because nobody else does because it sounds weird to me. But anyway, I did, Dave knows I'm doing a speech contest this year for Toastmasters, and I never speak to like win, but the speech is about my dad and losing him when I was 22. So I'm doing the speech to honor him. And the second to last level was like 2 weeks ago. And I won that. And the final level, like the highest level to it is in 2 more weeks. But I was, getting nervous a couple weeks, like getting nervous and needed a pep talk, like for the second to last level. And I called my mom and I said, Mom, I'm, getting nervous. And I practiced it with a group of people last night and they, didn't give me really nice feedback. So, do me a favor and will you just like tell me that if Dad were here, he would have flown out here because I'm in San Diego and my family's in here. He would have flown out here and just, kind of told them all like with a few expletives like nobody talks to my daughter that way. My mom said, "Oh yeah, he would have taken a few of them out when he went taken a few of them out in the process." And the reason I'm sharing that is because it's it's been 25 years and we laugh, we tell the funny stories because we don't tell the stories of the last 4.5 months when he was in the hospital. Those aren't the stories that we're like, let's remember Dad that way. When he wasn't him. And he wasn't, aware and with us. We tell all of the stories when he was him. And even like those stories when like that didn't happen, but we're like, that was who he was. And like, yeah, he would have gone beat people up who were insulting his daughter. And that's how we keep him with us all the time. And we laugh and we're like, yeah, the day that he said, "Oh, I'm gonna go look under the car and I'm gonna fix it." And he didn't even know where the oil change was compared to where the wiper fluid was. But yeah, he's like, "I'm gonna go look under the car." We're like, "No, you're not." But we tell the funny stories. And his friends sit with us. We all tell the funny stories. And that's how we keep him. And that's the advice I give people who lose a parent is I always say, look, there's never something right that anyone's going to say, including me. But that's just, you keep them alive with you. They're always with you, but tell the stories that keep them happy with you. So he would have come out and taken a few people out who were insulting his daughter. So I won that contest, and I am positive that I'm going to win the next one because I know he's with me. And he's not going to let anyone mess with his daughter, so don't say anything bad about me. But, yeah, that's right. But you keep them with you that way. That was
I
that.
love that.
That's the end.
I love that, Meg, because that actually segues into the next thing I want to do here, because I wanted to open up this next little portion for group discussions if everybody has some time, because I want to open this part up because we did that heavy exercise about writing that exercise towards your loved ones, right? And so this is the next little exercise that I want to do. Let's open it up and let's tell some funny stories about our loved ones, because that is one of the greatest ways that I found. And I have classic Joey stories, like from all the way back to when I was 7 up until I was 35. And I could make this the Dave show, the Dave and Joe show, but I won't do that. I'll make another little special about that. You know how Joey Lawrence, Matthew Lawrence, the three brothers back in the day when Joey Lawrence was the big brother taking care of all the little kids? I could do the same thing with the Joey and Dave show. But this is not me. It's not about me. It's all for everybody here. So let's open this up. I want to hear some funny stories about some loved ones that are maybe still with us. Maybe they're just disconnected from us right now and it's hurting a little bit. Let's open it up. So who wants to go? And if not, I'll pick on you. Tish, go ahead.
So you have to take a deep breath. My little brother, 10 years old, diagnosed with a brain tumor and did not survive. And his favorite activity was yodeling. My mother yodeled. And anywhere that I took him, Mikey, he would yodel. And his yodeling sounded like a lost wolf in the forest. And he loved it because he said yodeling was honoring our mother, that reminded him just how much he loved our mother. And when I went to visit him, he was sent home because he was not going to make it and went to the hospital. Mom was sitting there with him. And as I walked in, I don't know if anyone even heard me. I yodeled. And I could see his eyes flickering. So as he passed to heaven, I'm sure he was yodeling. And what is absolutely amazing, I have a great niece that yodels professionally, and she never, ever, ever met my mother, her great grandmother, never. So legacy and life do continue on generations past.
Thank you, Tish. That was beautiful. Who's up next? Hey, Lauren. Thanks for joining us. Come on, I know there's more stories. I'm looking down at one of the brunettes down at the bottom. Go ahead, Trav. Oh, he's coming in. I thought that was a hand up. Okay, so one of the stories I've got was back in the day, I was actually a pretty good skier. This was before I started having knee problems. And Joe and I were avid skiers. We would go up pretty much every weekend because the Rocky Mountains are in our backyard. And this was on a spring break trip when he was up at college at CU and I was at Smoky Hill High School. And my oldest friend, Patrick Dunn, who serves in the military, we all went up and decided to go to Copper Mountain because that was our favorite ski slope. And we were on Rosie's Run, which was a double black diamond. And now we never did the bowls. I was never skilled enough to do that. But we're coming down Rosie's Run. Pat and I are in the front. We're having fun on the moguls. I can never say the right term. Never back 25 years ago or ever. And we're coming down and I'm doing my thing. And we get to the bottom of the slope and we're getting ready to get onto the ski lift to go back up to go to the other side of the mountain. And we look behind us and we're looking around trying to look for Joey and we couldn't find him. And typically he was always ahead of us. You know, the guy was 6'2" and he started skiing way before me because he was 4.5 years older than me. And so he was born here in Colorado. Both of us were, but my father and my mother took him up to the mountains, you know, before I was born, obviously, and I never did it. And all of a sudden, we see this big white cloud up on halfway up Rosie's Run, and we see skis going like everywhere. They look like helicopter propellers and ski poles and everything. And it looks like, you know, the scene out of a cartoon with like the Roadrunner and the coyote when the coyote's trying to get the Roadrunner? That's actually what this looked like. And 20 minutes goes by, we see him standing up, we see his blue jacket, the people up there give him the skis, and he comes down to the bottom of the hill, or the mountain, and he's completely covered in snow. And I swear to you guys, he's talking 2 octaves higher because he's got snow in certain areas of his ski pants that I've never seen him or heard him talking this high. It was pretty entertaining. And he gets everything reset, comes out of the ski lodge, and we get back in the line. And I swear to you, I've never seen a woman flirt with him. And here I am at like 23, 24 years old, and this gal is taking her sweet time when his ski pass was on his jacket. And she goes, "Were you the one up on the mountain that created that little avalanche? And we all saw the ski pole and the skis flying everywhere, and your hair didn't even get messed up?" And we're standing there, I swear, for like 5 to 10 minutes. And he was oblivious to this whole situation when she was hitting on him. But he still has snow and ice caked to his hair. And I gave him so much crap for that, even up to the day of his wedding. And that's just, I love that because those are the memories. You know, I don't ski anymore because my knees aren't what they used to be, but I love telling these stories. Even when he was alive, he always claimed that he didn't remember that story. But as a younger brother, I always told him in paragraph A, point 2/3, it clearly states in the handbook that I can make up any story that I want, or I remember everything. So that's the power of telling favorite funny stories. So who's next? I'm gonna pick on somebody. Go ahead, Ash.
Mine's not fun. I mean, I'm sure I have a lot of funny stories. I just can't think of any off the cuff, but I do have a funny I got a story about my dad. So in honor of spring turkey season, which is right now for the hunters, I used to grow up hunting with my dad. My brother wasn't interested, my sister wasn't interested, so I was like my dad's son. And we were turkey hunting, and when I was younger, we didn't have a lot of money, and hunting's expensive. So we would have like burlap sacks that we would just lay over bushes and like sit and brush, right? And so wake up early in the dark, find a brushy place to sit behind or whatever. And one time we were hunting, and if to hunt in turkey, you have to, unlike a deer, you don't track them after you hit them, right? Typically, if you do it right, they just drop right out by your decoys, and you get out of your blind and you go and right. Well, my dad had hit a turkey and it had taken off, and it was our last evening before our next morning hunt. And when, so the turkey took off. So my dad was like, well, we're going to go find it. Right. So I'm 11 years old and I'm 5'4" now. So at 11, I was even shorter with all this big man camo on because I couldn't afford kid camo. And I'm trekking through the brush with my dad, and it starts to downpour, like really, really bad. Like we're soaked. And I trip over this big pile of brush, and the turkey flies up out of the brush, and my dad finally gets it. Well, the problem is that we're staying in a camper on Amish land. And so we had to go in town. We had no way to dry our clothes, but we said one more day to hunt. We're like 3 hours away from home. So we had to go in town, and everything was closed in town. And so that night, my dad and I in the cab of the truck, we let the truck run all night just to dry our socks, because we were still going to go out the next morning and go hunting. Right. And so I have that memory. But then fast forward, my dad retires. We go hunting as an adult, and we wake up at 4:30 on his farm in Iowa, and we drive out to the blind, because now he has a whole blind, right? Because he has money, he's retired. And my husband is going with us for the first time. And I'm telling my husband, who's from the city, I'm like, listen, you can't be eating anything in there. You can't wear this color, right? Like all the rules that my dad has ingrained in me my whole life. We eat sunflower seeds, we spit them out, we don't move, right? We get into my dad's blind, and my dad reaches over the back of his chair, and he's like, anybody want some coffee? Hold on, I got crumb cake too. And like the whole vibe of hunting has changed, because now he's older, he has money, and he's gonna be cozy. And I just remember sitting there in the blind looking at him and being like, I warned my husband for a week that like all of the rules, and here you're having crumb cake at 5 a.m. with coffee while we're hunting. What is happening here? So crazy how things change. But that's one of my favorite memories of my dad, or two favorite memories of my dad, was just that moment where like we were struggle busting, and then to see him in retirement, just kind of luxury hunt, I guess. So there you go.
That's awesome. You know, I go hunting all the time. Really quick, Deb. I used to do that with my grandfather. I was the only grandkid out of 4 of us that got to go hunting with him, and I shot my first elk with him right there with me. And I'll never forget the first time my father and I went on one of those luxury hunts, because growing up, we always went into the woods and brought out our own, carried everything out. I was always the mule. And the first time we went on one of those gentleman's hunts and had people there, it's like, I'm not used to this. I feel like I need to do something. I don't like this. And it was just epic. So, like, I can see the Ashley face going, what the hell is going on here? I'm not used to this. Dad,
Like,
what's
who are
happening?
you? Who are you? What have you done with my dad? Like, where'd you go? Yeah.
So thank you for sharing that, Ash. Love that. What you got for us, Deb?
Sticking with the hunting theme, my dad was, for the most part, just like a deer hunter. But squirrels from off the porch make good eating, by the way. Use some Campbell's mushroom soup. That said, I never went hunting with him. And growing up, you know, I'd hear references that, you know, he used to go deer hunting and everything. And it's like, at one point, my curiosity got the best of me. It's like, Dad, why don't you go hunting anymore? He still had all the rifles and everything. And he went, well, the last time, and he spouts a year that preceded me. And he's going through the woods, tracking, and went under branches, of course, as one does in the woods. And he had a cap and it got knocked off. So now he's looking around for his cap on the ground, and it had just knocked back into his hood. And now he's like a bear in the woods. Anyway, whatever he was tracking easily got away. And, there were a string of expletives, even all these years later, decades possibly from when this occurred, that he uttered. And it's kind of like, okay, that's why Dad doesn't go hunting anymore. And just an offshoot, the I don't know. I attribute it more to the Rossman lineage. I love and adore my mom and the whole mom side of the family. But when my sister was, in fact, on her deathbed, hospice for months, a cancer had come back, and we're doing the family vigil, believing we were doing the right thing. And I mean, to that degree, we were. And I flew in from the East Coast, and I had logged in like 17 hours nonstop with her, and a couple of times thought we were there. There was the rattle. And but then she cleared it out and was fine. And at one point, because we would hand off the baton to sit with her so that she would not be alone. And this went on for a couple of days. Like I said, my stint alone was 17 hours. I had gone to get some rest to then come back at a later time. And there was literally just a lapse of 10 minutes. That's when she went. In retrospect, I was thinking, my sister, like my Rat Pack dad, was never one to miss a party. Long as someone was there, she wasn't leaving. Ta-da.
I love that. And I love this interactive portion because that's honestly the healing power of telling the stories. If we focus on the moment of losing our loved ones, that's where we get lost in. I was stuck in that for a very long time. And I love hearing the stories, the funny stories of Deb's mom and the Rat Pack dad. I love hearing Ash about the hunting stories because I figured you were into hunting with all the camo that you wear on the farm. I love hearing about that. I love hearing different stories about Megan that I didn't know about. I love hearing the different aspects of Tish's little brother because I knew bits and pieces of stories of her brother. And, I'm still getting to know Mary and different pieces. And I'm going to ask for 2 more stories from those in our VIP room because I want to keep this going just a little bit longer. And then I've got one more exercise for everybody. And then we're going to get back to our next speaker coming up because I wanted to make this more interactive, this summit, because, when we do these long summits, it can get tiring. And, we start getting distracted by our cell phones, which I get because, some of us are at work. And I'm not saying that because people are on their cell phones. I get it. We're at work. We're doing our thing. We're getting ready for a retreat this weekend, going down to Orlando, which I'm still jealous of a certain blondie here that just joined us. And she's like another sister of mine. And I love giving her crap about that. And I usually don't give her crap. But now that I've known her for a while, she's going to get that side of me because, it's time for everybody to get to know the real me. So get ready, y'all, from the blue and green. You haven't seen this side of Dave. What you got for us, Mary?
So I was trying to remember some stories of my father, which was before I was 10 years old. And then my brother also had passed away. So I remember going on the hunting theme. The only thing I remember is tapping maple trees upstate New York in the early 80s. So if you've never done that in the snow, it's an experience. And I was like 3 or 4. But I do remember going with my father and showing which trees to tap, how to tap them, how to get the maple syrup. And it was freezing cold. And so that was And then he also liked to fish and then scale the fish and do that and fry that up. So those are the hunting stories. But my dad was military. He was a gunnery sergeant. We lived on base. So this is a story that's not, I guess it's funny. You guys will find it funny, but it was absolutely terrifying for me. So my brother is a year older than me, and we were probably 7 years old. We were on base, running around barefoot in the hot sun in Tennessee. My brother said, you know what Dad would love, because he was at work on base doing like his training with all of his soldier people. And so my brother was like, well, Dad wants us to bury the flag. Like, he would be so proud if we take the flag off the garage and bury it. And I'm so naive. I listened to everything my brother said at this point. I looked up to him. And so we're like, okay, well, let's do it. Let me tell you, my father got a call from the colonel saying, you know what your kids are doing? They're burying the American flag on a military base in the middle of like the cul-de-sac. Oh, I got in so much trouble. Like, my brother got strung up. Like, my dad went full on gunnery sergeant mode. It's hilarious to look back now, but holy shit, I learned a lesson in you do not desecrate the flag, and you do not do it on a military base, and your father's a gunnery sergeant. So yeah, that was a hard lesson. So now if anybody disrespects the flag, it was like, my brother was like ingrained. It was like a core memory. Like, you do not disrespect the American flag. So yeah, so those were my memories, and it was really funny now, but yeah, no, scared shitless at like 6 years old.
I can imagine.
Yeah,
My
it was bad.
I could probably guess my grandfather would do the same thing to me and my brother because he served in World War II back in the 40s. And we were raised on respecting the flag. And my father was the same way because he went to military school. And, you know, the way to retire a flag is they burn the
Oh yeah.
flag and fold it. And, you know, I've got, like I mentioned earlier, my good friend Pat Dunn, he was in charge of a squadron that flew the helicopters with the double propellers. I can never remember the type of helicopters those were. And he was involved in the Israeli stuff. And so him, my good friend Carl Sachs, God rest his soul, he was on the mission going in to get the bodies of the soldiers during Black Hawk Down.
Yeah.
So I can only imagine your dad.
Yeah, so if you've ever read The Great Santini, that was my childhood. Like, my dad would line us up in birth order. It was like a drill instructor. He was in his uniform. It was absolutely militaristic, and we had to toe the line. So like, it was impactful. Definitely core memory.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that, Mary. We're going to take one more, and then we're going to introduce our next beautiful speaker, who is one of our legacy sponsors. And she's also our sponsor of our theme song. And she is my adopted big sis, even though I'm taller and wider. But does anybody have anything they would like to close out the interactive portion of the Mountain Summit Virtual?
Thank you for this opportunity to do this. I've decided I'll do that without you allowing me to have my hand called on.
Now you do that all the time, Meg. It's okay. Tandem. Love it, Jim. Me. Thank you, everybody. Like I've said, I love adding this in. It's something new. I decided to do this morning at 4 a.m. because I didn't sleep much last night because I was too pumped up and excited for what today was going to bring. We are going to shift gears. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, but that's how we roll with these things. And I love it. And we're going to introduce a superstar, a rock star, my adopted big sister. As I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, mountaineers, summiteers, base campers, this is Tish McDaniel, who is one of our legacy sponsors. And before I move any further here, I would like to thank all of our amazing sponsors, starting with Tish McDaniel, Tim Gillette, and our Mountain Summit sponsor, Mr. Michael Martin Hummel. Thank you all for backing this movement and for helping me to continue to spread the story and the legacy behind Joey Vrablik. I always have called him Joey as far back as I can remember, and this means the world to me. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for supporting this movement. Tish McDaniel and I met 4 years ago in Nashville, Tennessee, when she was knighting one of our amazing blue and green brothers with a medal, Mr. Doug Ferrier. And right away, I knew I needed to get to know this feisty redhead, as she calls herself, because she had the energy level of a, I don't know, unicorn. And it was absolutely incredible from that moment on. Tish has been an integral part of this summit, along with so many other speakers that you are going to meet throughout the next 2 days. As I have mentioned, she is a legacy sponsor. She is also the theme song sponsor of the Mountain Summit Virtuals that she generously jumped on middle of last year, and worked closely with myself and our amazing artist, Raquel Soto, who spoke at our last summit and brought my vision to life. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not met Raquel Soto, you got to reach out to this woman. She is a genius at creating music. She has a gift when it comes to bringing songs to life. With that being said, Tish, the summit is yours.
Wow. Yesterday afternoon, my speech for today got changed. And it was changed because of I would guess, 9 to 10-year-old little girl. I was at the vet with one of my rescue kitty cats, Sally Jessie. And she is a ginger female cat, which is kind of rare in the cat world. And so she was in her carrier and we were in the waiting room. And this little girl walks in with, I thought her mother, turned out to be her grandmother, and long blonde hair, and comes walking over to the cat carrier and says to me, she looks at Sally Jessie and looks at me and says, "You both have red hair." And I just thought that was so cute. And we got into a conversation about why I was there. And I told her the name of my cat. And we talked about her cat, Missy. And the reason why I'm sharing this story is because of the conversation. She told me that she lost Missy. And as I'm sitting there looking at her, listening, she said in her childish voice, just so full of enthusiasm, "But that's okay because I really didn't lose Missy. She died. So I know where she is." And I said, "Oh, sweetie, that's wonderful." And she said, "Is Sally Jessie going to die?" And I said, "I hope not. We are working on medicine and doing everything we can." And she said, now again, she's like 9 or 10 years old is what I would guess. She said, "Well, we did everything that we could for Missy, but I still lost her. But that's okay." And she said, "What are you going to do if you lose Sally Jessie?" And I said, "Oh, it will be very sad, but I will remember all the good times and just what a wonderful kitty cat, a wonderful baby girl. And she giggled and said, well, you know, Missy, and she just kept saying Missy, Missy. And I said, it's okay. You can share it with me. And she said, I get really sad sometimes thinking about Missy, but then I just laugh and laugh and laugh because she was so silly. That the whole waiting room is almost in tears. and I said, oh, that is so wonderful. And she said, I had a funeral for Missy. Are you going to have a funeral for Sally Jesse if you have to? And I said, of course I will. We will say our prayers. We will be happy about her being in our life. And she goes, yes, that's good. That's good. And she said, what else would you say? How would you feel? And I said, well, I would be very happy because she would be in heaven with other siblings and sitting next to Jesus. And she goes, I am so glad that someone else agrees with me. And everybody just laughed out loud. And I said, really? She goes, yes, because I know Missy's up there with Jesus. I just know it. About that time, the technician calls my name and says, we're ready for you to come back. And so I say to the technician, Miss Cheryl, we're having a Bible lesson right now, so might be a little delayed. Well, the waiting room is giggling, and this little girl is just smiling and just so happy, talking about her cat. And she says, well, you can go on, lady. And I'll tell my mom, this is my grandma, but I'll tell my mom. And I said, oh, thank you, honey. So we go into the exam room, and it's a few minutes before the vet comes in, and I'm thinking, wow, what a sign. I'm talking tomorrow morning about grief and joy. And here's this little girl that reminded me, yes, you can laugh and smile and still be devastated inside. She was so happy and yet so sad. And what it reminds us all, and this is the truth about grief, love doesn't stop. She loves Missy. She knows that Missy's not there, but you show it in other ways. She talked about Missy with such love, such affection, such passion. She shares that story about Missy, and I'm sure she shares that story with anyone that she can. And she's laughing and crying as she remembers Missy. And she also said something before I went into the exam room. She said, I'll never forget Missy. And she said, I miss the times, the fun times. And it made me think, you just don't grieve the person, the cat, the event. You also grieve the future that died with them. So as we remember, you can laugh and smile and still be devastated inside. I have this wonderful movement, and I've been pushing this agenda for 30 some years, Smile and Move. Sam Parker wrote the book, 212 Degrees, The Extra Degree. And the Smile movement, or SMOOV, which I now have coupled with my movement, Power of Choice. It's all about attitude and action. To smile is to wake up, be thankful, be approachable, complain less, smile. this little girl wasn't complaining or being negative about losing her cat. She was approachable. She approached me. She was not complaining. She was smiling, and you could feel that. And she was also so resilient, which gave me the strength to go in and have the discussions with the vet. And then the power of choice. That little girl, God bless her mother, God bless her grandmother, God bless anyone that taught her the power of choice. She chose to talk about her Missy. We make thousands of decisions every day, and one choice defines the rest of your life sometimes. I know that. I chose to live on that fateful day, July 13th, 1993, when I chose to stay and not go towards the light. That didn't end my struggle. It began there. And this little girl, you could tell she was struggling. And that conversation we had is all about what we are here, sharing our story. One day or day one, she chose to share her story. She chose to be accountable. She showed courage. She said, I don't know why Jesus took Missy, but that's okay. That's okay. Because Missy's with Jesus. And I told her, I said, we can't control what happens. And she said, yes, that's what mommy says. And sometimes that choice changes everything. So let's talk about survival in the rainforest. And I love sharing this because sometimes I feel like sometimes I feel like I'm in the rainforest because it's an ecosystem all on its own. If you've ever learned about, talked about, researched the rainforest, they have survival stories about being, and I say they, the folks that are in the rainforest talk about survival stories. And it's done, surviving in the rainforest is done with very limited capital, the topsoil, because there's 50 million, trillion, zillion things competing for that topsoil. And the main purpose in the rainforest is to grow towards the light. Light provides energy, and that's what plants seek daily. And in the rainforest, less than 2% of the sunlight reaches the ground. There's competition for that light in the rainforest. It's fierce. It's even deadly among plants. Sometimes we don't see that sunlight because of our grief. We don't want to see the sunlight. So our lesson about the rainforest, let's spend some time looking for that sunlight. And that sunlight could mean someone else, not just true sunlight. This Mountain Summit Virtual and the stories that we share, I share a lot of stories that I've heard over the last year. I always give credit where credit is due. And you might have heard me share this before because this is such an example of joy and grief coexisting. A client of mine, their employee, we got on the subject of, it was getting close to Christmas, and she spoke about how she did not celebrate Christmas because her mother passed away 2 days before Christmas. So I shared with her, wow, that's December 23rd is the same day that my mother passed away. And she said, well, I don't celebrate Christmas. It's just really tough. And it's been almost 2 years. This will be the second Christmas. And so I asked her, how come do you not celebrate Christmas? Well, it's just too tough. It's just the grief of not having mom there. And she just went into all of these, and I'll be like Amber, all these bullshit excuses. And, and so I helped her shifting from healing that she thought she was healing by ignoring everything to purpose. Shared with her my story of my mother passing away 2 days before Christmas, and that Christmas is celebrated all day, every day, because it's not the presents, it's not the tree, it's in the purpose of Christmas. And as we talked, I shared with her that I keep Christmas alive from a religious aspect as well, but more for the fact that my mother loved Christmas. So that is her legacy. And my mother-in-law, who passed away many years later in November, nowhere near Christmas, but her passion of making 3-dimensional cloth Christmas trees. And I shared with her, celebrating Christmas, yes, it's tough without your mom, but think about her legacy. Would she want you sitting here being upset, grieving over her? And she said, I hadn't thought of that before. And she shared with me, and it was a long conversation, very private. And she shared with me, which I shared with David, that, and this was in September, I think September 25th was the date. And she shared with me in several months later that she was going to celebrate Christmas, that she had gotten the Christmas decorations out, and that she was going to celebrate Christmas and celebrate and honor her mother's legacy. We are not the person that survived a loss. We are a person that's a living legacy, sharing the story of the lost loved one so that the world keeps knowing them. I love to talk about value mapping. And the reason why I talk about value mapping is because it is a framework for me that helps me through my rough times. I've lost a mother, a father, 2 brothers, a mother-in-law, a father-in-law, the bestest friend. And let's not even go into my rescue for babies. And the most important decision of my life, as I have shared the choice to live, and going through the pain and suffering of a near fatal car wreck, I did not know how to grieve who I was after the wreck. So this value mapping, I built this, what I call a no pest zone. And those are the things that distracted me from seeing the joy, from being grateful. And I look I look at this power of choice and choosing one day or day one. And day one to me is every day. And dealing with the distractions, being accountable, effectively dealing with them, which sometimes means I reach out to someone. We can share the space in our minds with grief and joy. When we get to the point where we think, I can't be happy because so and so would not allow that, it's showing disrespect to a memory, and that's not true. And David, thank you for the time to talk about funny stories, because oh my gosh, Ashley and Mary's and Deb's, we have and my little brother with his yodeling, and let me share, I did not share this when I shared that the great niece, she wasn't even born when my mother passed away, but yet she yodels. So legacy in motion. I shared this the other day in a Facebook post. Jameson Arasi, I follow this gentleman, and wow, the posts that he has on dealing with grief and grieving are just phenomenal. He says you don't move on from the people you love, you move forward, carrying them, and the memory becomes your partner. You nurture it, you hold it, and this part I especially love. And on the days when grief feels like it might take you under, remember these words: let the memory lead you and dance. And when the grief is too much, the action, the moving, the smile and move, getting up and dancing, you don't even have to dance, just get up and walk. And there, David, yes, because that helps you with the distraction of the overwhelming grief. I don't know how many of you have read or even know about Mitch Albom's The 5 People You Meet in Heaven. Mary's like, yes. Wow. Because I had a glimpse of heaven many years ago, it was challenging reading this book. And it's become one of my favorite books. And Mary, you'll know this part. The fourth person that Eddie meets in heaven. Do you remember her? His late wife, Marguerite. And what is so great about that is that lost love is still love. And when you look at, and I think about that little girl, she lost her kitten, her cat, she lost Missy. But my God, I think she loves her even more today than when the cat was alive, because lost love is still love. I want to share with everyone, again, choices. One day or day one. I strongly believe this, and David, with his introduction of me, I had to giggle, because I truly believe that David lives his life with passion as well. So live your life with passion. Talk about your loved ones. Don't be afraid to talk about them. And for all of us, don't be afraid to ask someone who lost their loved one. Don't be afraid to ask them about their loved one. We always, and I say we always, instead of asking what activity was their favorite, most of the time people ask, well, how did they die? And it's not that we don't care how someone died. That's not the point. The point is, talk about your loved one. What is their name? And Mary, the last time I talked and I had you talk about your father and give his name and all of that, that's because I want to keep hearing it. I want you to say it. We accept full responsibility about keeping the stories alive. And some of them are not good stories, but we accept peace. We accept the circumstances. We have joy with grief. While this is funny, it really wasn't funny at the time. But again, the joy with the grief. My father and I did not, in any way, shape, or form, have any kind of relationship, great or otherwise. Although, growing up in his floor covering business, I worked out in the field with him. And I was not allowed to ask any questions. Did I know how to lay carpet? Did I know how to grout ceramic tile? Did I know how to do any of that? No. He expected me to know that. And the relationship with him growing up and getting older, and when he passed away, dealing with the loss of a father that I really didn't have a great relationship with. And what anchored me was the stories. There were some good stories. He taught me, albeit maybe not the most conventional way of teaching me problem-solving skills. Figure out how you would do that on your own with very little information. He taught me that. I could hate him, but hating him would be hating a piece of me. So that journey of the joy and the grief was challenging with my father, because the joy I really had to search for, and took me many, many, many years. I am who I am, says Popeye the Sailor Man, because of pieces of him, the good and the bad, the temper, the red hair. So always remember, and I say this with passion, lost love is still love. Share your stories. And then the flip side of it, don't be afraid to ask someone about their lost loved one. Have them share stories. And David, thank you for this opportunity. And accept responsibility for your life, and take yourself where you want to go. Thank you.
You are very welcome, Tish, and thank you for always being here and being such a integral part of this summit. I say this to everybody who comes here, but truly to you, this is not a Mountain Summit virtual or a MBM virtual if you're not a part of it.
Oh, thank you.
Every time I plan one of these, there are certain people I reach out to make sure that the dates work before I set this in place. Because if it wasn't for those certain people, this wouldn't be happening. And so having you being a big part of this and backing us, it truly is a blessing to call you my big sister. And like I mentioned before, nobody can come close to ever filling Joey's shoes. He has always been my guardian when he was here on earth. Now he's my guardian from heaven. And he's got some pretty strong angels up there protecting me. But now I got him. But if anybody can come close, it's you and a couple other guys that are in my life and ladies. So I truly appreciate what you shared from your heart. And I love every time you come and be a part of this, I get to learn a little piece of Tish McDaniel. And I love that. So I'm going to open this up to our Zoom room. And we're ahead of schedule, which that never happens, in the history of any Mountain Summit virtuals. So we're going to go with going once, going twice, and I might get a glare here, but we're going to go with the lovely Lauren first.
Well, thank you very much. Tish, I always look forward to hearing you speak. I think it's wonderful that you had that experience yesterday and it touched you so much that it changed everything. Instead of doing what was planned, you followed your heart. And I know from my own experience with loss, the way my children who didn't know my parents all that well, the way they bring up my parents and share stories about my parents, that brings me so much joy. So the fact that the little girl was talking with you about how much she loved Missy and you could feel it, my children saved me in those moments where I'm falling apart, talking about those that I love that have passed. So I can completely relate to that and loved how you shared that. It was like a very intimate and touching moment. And like you said, you felt something, she felt something, and everyone else in the space felt something. I loved that. And then I also just had to add that I loved the quote you said, "Let the memory lead you in dance." My mom always used to play the song "I Hope You Dance" by Leanne Womack.
Yes.
And I listen to those words often, and I feel like she's singing them to me. And so when you said that, I was like, okay, that hits deeply. A lot of things you said hit really deeply, but I appreciate your wisdom and thought you did a wonderful job and shared so much to help so many people. So thank you.
You're welcome, Lauren. And what you just shared and how this little girl acted is such a testament to how the parents deal with grief. And thank you, because what you shared about your children, you taught them to share the joy and grief simultaneously. And that's huge. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And Lauren, thank you for joining us today. We've missed having you on the summit with us, so it's always awesome to have you a part of this with us. And I'm going to get you on the next one. I know every time we've been doing this, you've been going down to Florida for something, so I've been a little jealous of you getting to go down to the sunny area of Florida. So enjoy your time, but thank you for joining us. All right, Miss Rossman, what you got for us?
First and foremost, Tish, my soul sister, theater friend. Gorgeous, fabulous, love everything you do. I have a question. Toward the end of your talk this morning, it brought up this question in my mind. If you think mourning a person that isn't necessarily a sweet, or in some cases not even a good person, is more difficult than mourning a cherished loved one.
David, you might need to write this down. Tish is speechless. It's a testament to how you yourself values yourself, because being nice to someone who's mean or obnoxious is a challenge. Grieving the loss of someone who's rude and obnoxious, yes, it's a challenge. And my father was a pathological liar. You actually wrote down on the calendar when he told the truth. And so growing up with that, you become very defensive when somebody doesn't believe you. It's like, I am not my father. And that is all in the healing. And the healing is not just what I went through, but the family. Because, and like I said to Lauren, and this, what I feel about this little girl's parents and grandparents, we are an image to others, young and old, and also to the fur babies, how we act. I've lost a lot of fur babies, and animals can feel the pain. And so it's this constant discussion I have with me, myself, and I. What purpose, and I have it all day, every day, and every day of my life. What purpose does this serve me in XYZ? And grieving the loss of my father was a testament to me acknowledging that he is a part of me. He's my biological father. And accepting and finding peace with the mean, obnoxious person. Hopefully I answered your question. Took me a minute.
I think it did. And if you don't mind, Tish, I'll jump in on that one. I've only had that situation happen one time in my life. And to be honest, Deb, that might be something that everybody else wants to write down too, where I'm speechless. There are people, Deb, in my life. There was one person who passed away that did that, and there was a lot of anger that was surrounded by that. But one thing that my parents, who you get to hear tomorrow, that are coming to the summit for the very first time
I saw that.
in 8 years of doing the entrepreneurial world. And they've taught my brother and I and me in the 8 years since losing Joey that that they taught us was never go to bed angry. And I practiced that when I was married. And I do that now, being divorced. Even though I never got to have that final conversation, when I look back at it, there were things that were left unsaid. And there's regret, obviously, surrounding that. When I look back at it, you can't change the past. As a Christian man, if Jesus can forgive me and all the crap that I've done in my life, I'm a hypocrite for not forgiving this person. And when I was able to finally have that realization, that regret went out the window, and that's when I was able to take action and move forward and honor that person's life. Not to say it wasn't easy, because it wasn't. But that's the way to be able to move forward, not forgetting the person, but to be able to honor the legacy of even that person. So that's what I have to say on that piece. It is a tough question, Lauren. And that's something that a lot of us throughout life. I had a friend that used to go bird hunting with me a lot. Back in the day, I used to go out bird hunting every weekend, and Austin used to hunt over my brandy all the time. And this friend of mine, Kyle, he lost his mom at a very young age. And I remember him telling me the story, but I never got it until everything happened with Joey. And I remember his parents were in an argument, and his mom turned away. Brain aneurysm dropped. And that was it. His dad struggled with that until the day he was gone. Pancreatic cancer. That traumatic event changed the family's life forever. That's why I encourage everybody, no matter what, to always tell your loved one, even in the heat of the moment, to say goodnight, I love you, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Because we're not guaranteed a tomorrow. And so I just want to check in with everybody here in Zoom land as we get ready for our next amazing speaker who's going to roll up the mountain. He's got hyperjets on his wheelchair, and this man, oh my goodness gracious, y'all. I've been to 2 movement makers, and every single time I have to reach for my handkerchief. Now, I don't have a handkerchief, but I don't know why, but that sounded cool saying that. But I wanted to open up our room to our VIP members here because Jimmy's been quiet for a little bit, and I want to check in and see how everybody's doing here, and see how you're doing, and open up the floor to you guys.
Hey, I'll just say hi real quick to everybody. It's great to be here, and we're hearing some great stories. I'm Jimmy, out of Valencia, California, and I just want to answer that question, piggyback on the person that said, "How do you respect somebody that's not so much a good person?" I just watched a show a week ago called The Shack on Netflix, and it was referred to me by another gentleman named Ken Roshan, who's a publisher, Dr. Smiley, they call him. Matter of fact, somebody was talking about the smile effect earlier. And it was a great show. And this gentleman's daughter had been murdered by just not to tell the whole story, but by a serial killer. And he ended up meeting God. And he didn't know if he was dead or not dead because he tried to kill himself. And not to spoil the whole show, but you got to watch what happens because you realize what responsibilities we all have as people and who we judge and what we judge and what we want to forgive so we can move on with our life. It was a great show. And I will tell you that I really enjoyed it. So it's something for everyone to watch. And it will answer that question that how do you grieve somebody that's not such a good person? Anyway, that's me.
Appreciate it, Jimmy. Thank you for sharing your perspective on that. I just wanted you to have the opportunity to introduce yourself to everybody here. Thank you for jumping in and trusting Tim to come and hang out with us for a little bit. And I see we have somebody that just joined us on the Zoom room here. I don't know if I'm going to say your name right, but I'm going to call you the Wonder Mama.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Leone. Thank you so much. Yes. And I was invited by Tish to jump in and out a little bit. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I have a full day of coaching, but I'm going to pop in and out because this seems like a beautiful room to be part of today.
I appreciate you, Leone. I just want to let you know ahead of time because Tish is one of our legacy sponsors. You are going to get full 2 days of the videos from the summit as my team and I get through it to edit the videos. So you will get full access to the summits. So you can see everything and so you don't miss a thing. But thank you for trusting Tish and trusting myself and my team. And welcome to the family.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Appreciate you.
I don't even know where I am truly, but I trust Tish implicitly. She knows a little bit of my story and said that I should be in this room.
I appreciate it. And as I told Tim before we got started earlier this morning, anybody that comes into New Beginnings in the Mountain in this movement, I take very personally. And my story got started with the loss of my brother, as I've shared. I don't know how much you know about me and what Tish has shared with you, but NBM got started, New Beginnings got started after the loss of my brother from 8 years ago. And we created this movement about 13 months ago, and we have just done 7 summits. And it's truly an honor to have you with us. So thank you for trusting Tish and appreciate you being with us. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to meet everybody here. There are going to be many more coming down the road, and I just wanted to give you the opportunity to introduce yourself.
Thank you. Do you want me to actually introduce myself?
Please.
Okay. Well, I am Leone Scher. I think I wasn't invited here because I am the founder of the Wonder Mama. I believe Tish invited me here because she read the story of when I lost my first son and all that was around his passing. He was 8 months and 4 days, and he would be in his 40s now. And losing him changed the direction of my life. Not only in, of course, the loss of the first person that taught me how to love and what true love was, but also the responsibility of learning how to take that and help other people heal. And through my own healing journey is helping other people heal and carry the love and let go of that. And so when you brought up the shack, the story, the book The Shack was one of the most powerful, impactful stories that I could read during that time, and was instrumental in my healing, because in the story, the character Mac, and I won't tell the whole story either, because if you haven't read it or watched it, you should, if that kind of story leans you. But the first bit of it, the first 5 chapters are brutal. However, Mac gets to ask God, Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit, questions that many of us don't get to ask. And so just immersing myself into that story and imagining the healing that he has to go through after the brutal murder of his daughter, Missy, the healing that and the questions that he got to ask have carried me through all of these years. That is a powerful, powerful story.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm gonna definitely look into that. I haven't heard of the Shack before, so I'm gonna look into that. But Leon, thank you for sharing about your background, and I'm sorry for the loss of your son. Watching my parents go through it since my brother, it hasn't been easy. So I appreciate you. Thank you. And I know you're going to be busy throughout the day, and we'll love to have you as much as you can be here with us. And Tish, you're awesome, rock star, as always. So thank you for bringing a fellow mountaineer onto the mountain. I use mountain terminology because I love mountains. So you gotta live it, love it. I've lived in Colorado almost 31 years, so I don't look that old, but I moved here when I was 12. So, but Tish, everyone on Zoom land, YouTube land, I hope everybody is getting value, impact, and everything out of this. And Facebook world, I know we're having some tech issues on Facebook, but we're going to get that dialed in as we continue to make it through today. Tish McDaniel, sis, you're awesome as always. You know, every time you speak from your heart and share your story, I love it because I get to learn something new about Tish McDaniel, and it makes me smile from ear to ear, and I have a big face, so it's a big smile. And so thank you for sharing your heart with us today. We're going to keep this rolling because you like how I did that, Michael? We're going to keep this rolling, bro, because I am not making that same mistake like I did in the beginning. But our next speaker is our Mountain Summit sponsor. And this man has a massive heart. And I love every single time he rolls up on the mountain, because when he comes here, he cracks open hearts that people say would never open, but they honestly do, because even a heart made out of vibranium, which apparently is the toughest steel in Avengers land, this man could crack that open. Because I don't know how many times I've had to reach for a tissue because of Michael Martin Hummel. And, you know, everybody says that Matthew McConaughey is the most good-looking guy in Hollywood. Well, I got to tell you something, you know. Michael Hummel gives him a run for his money, and I can hear his wife in the background laughing right now because she would agree with me, even with it being muted. So with that being said, boys and girls of all ages and ladies and gentlemen, this is Michael Martin Hummel, the Mount Summit sponsor. My brother from another mother, the summit is yours.
Hello. Well, first I want to talk about. I want to say something that I lost my second cousin. She was 3, about in 1998, and I when I think of legacy in motion, she is what I think about because I think about what is what's most important as far as who you bring forward. And she didn't get to live her life. She was only 3. She I think part of legacy is living for those you've lost. And always remembering them. And that is different per person. It's different for everyone. And so she is a big reason of why I do what I do as far as just going forward. Because 3 years ago, I thought about killing myself. And it's hard. And it's difficult. And she is one of the reasons that I wake up every day. She, along with my wife and my son, were really close friends. And I want to touch on one thing. The last person I lost, I don't really talk about it much. My brother-in-law, he had a bad heart. He had a transplant. He was working on a second transplant. And that was just gonna be his life. Transplant after transplant. And one day, he decided to just stop taking his medicine. And he didn't tell anybody. So, one day, he just didn't wake up. And to be honest, it pisses me off. It makes me angry. But at the same time, this happened 6 years ago. So I think you have to respect their decision. And, and you have to realize what they might have been going through. Yeah, and even though you can't completely relate to that, you have to at least understand where they're coming from. And that is part of what keeps it softens your heart. My cousin, actually, I'll back up a little bit. One of my favorite stories about my brother-in-law, actually my favorite story. He and I went to Paul McCartney in like 2019, and it was the first time I'd seen him. I've seen him twice, but it was the first time I've seen him. It was at Petticoat Park, and the way he was he likes to take pictures, and he was very excitable. And I get to this concert, and I'm like, I don't give a crap about anybody else other than McCartney. So I put my phone away, and for hours, I'm like just sitting there on my hands, not doing a damn thing. And he's taking pictures of empty seats, the scoreboard, the stage, and lights, and nothing's happening. So the biggest part of the show was when he played Living in the Day, because it's a very, if you don't know, it's a very pyrotechnic part of the show. A lot of lights, a lot of like fireworks and all this stuff. And just as it started, his phone dies. And that's what I remember. And that's what I'll keep with me probably for the rest of my life. And when I think about him, it's not I mean, we only knew each other for 4 years. So I think part of what you mourn is the relationship that could have been or would have been, and how long you could have been friends. Because he probably would have, because how close we were and how alike we were. We he probably would have been one of my best friends. And the fact that he's gone hurts, but like I said before, you have to respect why he left. You have to respect what he was going through. And it goes along with other people that I've lost. Like I lost a friend of mine, Greg, in 2016. He killed himself. And it pisses me off. It makes me angry. But you have to respect why he left. And that he left. And it sucks, but going out on your own terms is underrated. And it bothers me because I know why he left, or at least partially why he left. And he didn't have that support system to make sure that he stuck around, because I think he would have. And I am grateful for the fact that I had that. And you just have to understand why they left and appreciate the time that they were here. And never forget. And never forget the legacy that they left inside of you. Because that's part of legacy in motion. Because it keeps you going. That thought constantly of your favorite part of them. It's like the favorite story that you have of each of them, of everyone who died. Knowing that favorite story and being able to relive that and think of that makes you smile and keeps you going. And it's why you don't necessarily cry all the time when you think of them. Sometimes you cry, sometimes you smile, sometimes you laugh. And as time goes on, even if you do cry, there is such a thing as a good cry. And that's all I got.
Hummel, hummel.
Yes, sir.
Before I hand it over to our VIP members in the Zoom room, I have one question for you.
Okay, shoot.
You've taught me to be the king of questions, being a part of the stories of diversity.
Hmm.
You said it was your 3-year-old cousin, right?
Yes. My 3-year-old second cousin. It was my cousin's daughter.
So your second cousin.
Yeah.
If there was one thing that you could say to her, what would you want to tell her?
I would say first thing that comes to mind is I'm sorry, because she lost out on a lot of life. And secondly, I would tell her that I wanted to see her grow up because my nephew Dan and her were basically the same age. And it's important, I think, as they grow, the older he got, I think they would have been best friends. And I wanted to see that. So I think first I would just say sorry. And secondly, I would just tell her that I wanted to see how she grew up, because the most like the way I crave is initially I crave the person, but then I always keep in mind who they were and my favorite memory. And my favorite memory of her is this little 3-year-old girl running through a bowling alley and coming toward me and just grabbing grabbing my knees because she couldn't jump on my wheelchair, and just knowing how much she appreciated like me babysitting her and watching her, and those hours that I had here and there, like once a week, are some of the best memories I'll ever cherish. So that's what I would say.
Beautiful, brother. I'm going to hand this over to our Zoom room, but really quick from Lauren, you hit my heart every time, Michael. Thank you for being so open and raw. And I would second that, bro. That's one of your many gifts that you have within yourself. Your tenacity, your goofiness side of you, but the realness and the rawness. That's what you're the whole package. And thank you for sharing that. We're going to hand this over to Jimmy. Jimmy, what you got?
Michael, I just wanted to answer a couple of questions. Did you say your brother-in-law died of a heart transplant because he didn't take his medication?
He my brother-in-law had a bad heart. He had a transplant, and then he was about to have his second one, and he didn't want to do it, so he just stopped taking his medicine.
Okay, so real quick, to give you a quick story, I had a heart transplant 2 years ago, November 2023. Every day I still take about 45 pills in order to keep myself alive. I'm doing better now than I've done in probably 30 years. I feel better than I've felt in 30 years. I had congestive heart failure for a long time, but what I have is a support group that meets once a month. We meet every Wednesday at noon, as a matter of fact. And that support group is all people from Southern California here, from UCLA, that had a heart transplant. And we meet and discuss anything that's bothering us. And I think that made a huge difference. Now, I don't know where your brother-in-law was, but
He
having
was he was in San Diego.
San Diego, another good area. And they have the San Diego area has OPOs just like mine, organ procurement organizations that run those kind of meetings that really give them the understanding that the donor left a gift of legacy for you to respect and is keeping you alive. And there, I understand that you're trying to respect his decision to not take the second heart, and why not? Because that stopped his life. Well, in my case, I think God gave me the choice to be here a second time to do things that I'm currently doing. I created the swim philosophy. I wrote a book. I'm a swimming coach. I came back to do things to become a speaker and a coach to others that need help, to speak at hospitals, to talk to doctors, patients, people like your brother-in-law, to give them the understanding that this is a major gift you're getting, and you're keeping somebody alive for a long time inside of you. I have two of me. It's not just me, it's somebody else in here. Does that make sense to you, Mike?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I feel very sad that your brother-in-law passed away and decided not to continue. But I would fight every tooth and nail because I don't believe it's my time. I would fight for every second to not give up. That when I was in that hospital, the one thing I said is, I'm not dying here. I'm getting out. And I did the NLP thing. I told my brain to tell my body, do not give up. And that's what I did. And I think that come from some of the support that I had, which your brother-in-law might not have gotten. Anyway, man, I just wanted to let you know that I had a heart transplant and I'm doing really well. And I'm sorry about your brother-in-law. And I would really, I give you my heart. I give you my love.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jimmy. I pulled a rookie mistake there again. Appreciate you, Jimmy. What you got for us, Deb?
Michael,
Yes.
I love and adore you, sweetie. And thank you so much for talking about some very hard things for people to hear. And one of them being a person, an individual's choice to collect their marbles and go home.
Yeah.
And so when you spoke of, well, you were angry, which is certainly your right, you needed to respect your brother-in-law. I do too. The reality is as much as we try even to walk in another person's moccasins, ultimately it's theirs. And you touched on a reoccurring thing that we've got going already this climb, that when there is an end, when there is a hard stop, and I can understand rallying against that. But when there is a hard stop, whether it's you chose it or it was chosen for you, it's not just that individual that we mourn, but any future relationship with them. To which I do want to just throw in there, just to mix it up. What if my physics belief is spot on? What if our essence, our energy essence, continues on intact? And it's just a matter of time before we punch through, before we transition, and we all get to hang out together again. And I think we will. Now you can call it heaven, you can call it whatever you want. I personally am sort of not organized religion, high spiritual, but not organized religion. And I think they're all lovely. I think everyone got it a little bit right. But I mention that because that can be particularly difficult for some of the bigger religions that demonize the collect your marbles and just go home.
Yeah.
But all of that said, I just want to wrap it up with, it may sound odd coming from me. I have beard envy. I've never wanted a beard and you know, because I'm a girly girl, but I just think yours is more lush and beautiful than even the last time we all got together. Is that possible?
Probably because I haven't shaved it in a while because I just moved, so everything is still in boxes. So I don't know where my shaver is. So it probably I all I've been able to do has been comb it.
Love you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. And Michael, yeah, your beard does look pretty epic. You still have a long ways to go to get Faber's length, but
Yeah, it's not getting that long.
yeah, I don't know how he does it. Like, I can't let it get much longer than this, or I'll start scratching it every day. So,
Oh, I scratch mine every day.
yeah, I don't know how guys do that. But what you got for us, Tish?
Michael, God bless you for keeping the 3-year-old spirit alive. What is her name?
Danielle.
Danielle.
Yeah, Danielle.
And what were some of the most favorite things that she liked?
Sadly, I don't remember what she liked. The only thing that I really remember about her is that memory of her babysitting her. Because I didn't see her all that much other than when I would babysit her and when I would watch her because my cousin, her mother, and my mother and some other relatives would had a bowling league, and I was elected to be babysitter. So I would just show up and we would go to the game room and play games for 2-3 hours. And then, but I can't shake that memory.
Well, right there, you just shared that she must have really liked playing games with you.
Yeah. She did.
So you taught yourself something new that you thought you didn't remember. She loved playing games because you know kids would have thrown a fit if they didn't like it.
Yeah.
What do you think she would have done with her life if she were alive today?
That's a good question. I haven't really thought about that. I've never really thought about that.
Well, knowing her mother, knowing your family.
Knowing her and knowing her mother, my guess is she probably would have done something in the beauty realm.
Oh, that's so sweet. That is so sweet. Well, Danielle, you are loved and you are here with us. She probably rides on your shoulder.
Yeah.
She might be that little voice that tells you yes or no, because, you know, kids have a lot of opinions. I found out yesterday with the 10-year-old I had a 20-minute conversation with. So thank you so much for sharing. That was truly, truly just very special.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm sorry for the loss of your brother-in-law. I have an older sister that every single day of her life since 1997 has been keenly aware of staying alive. She's on her 4th heart valve transplant.
Hmm.
and she has a dual machine, a pacemaker defibrillator. And she's a redhead, so you know she is just full of spitfire.
Yeah. I'm married to one, so yeah. I know.
Yes, I know. That's why I said that. And so, yes, when she was faced with her third heart valve, I was there and she did not want to do it. And the surgeon actually got very upset with me when I said to her, that is your choice. I can't live your life after the heart valve transplant.
Yeah.
That is your decision. So I felt that when you said that.
Yeah, he was scared and he just didn't want to do it anymore. And even though you're at one point you're angry because of the relationship that was lost and the life that was lost, you do, at least in the way I look at it, I had to respect that.
Yes. And the surgeon asked me why I said that. And I said, because I can't live her life. She has to live her life. She has to make that decision. And she did end up having it. But thank you for sharing that, because that is painful to see it, live through it, and then accept their choice. Like you said, accept it. Yeah, finding peace with it. So thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tish. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Deb. And thank you, Michael Martin Hummel. I don't know why I still have to use your middle name, but it just rolls off the tongue, right? But, bro, you're absolutely incredible, brother. I've been saying this a lot this morning. I've been learning a lot about everybody here and more about those I've known for a while, like Tish, Deb, Travis, and everybody. Like, I learned something new about Austin the other night. Like, he loves the NCAA. I should have known that, but I keep forgetting for some reason. All I really knew about the guy is he loves the Rockies and the Broncos. Justin just put in the comments, at Michael Hummel, let's go. And I second that, bro. You crushed it, man. Every time you come on the mountain, onto the summit, and with what we're building over with the stories of diversity, it's absolutely incredible, man. You're making moves and, everything going on. It's an absolute honor and privilege to be on your team over with the stories of diversity. It's incredible. And so I just wanted to give you the opportunity here. What do you got going on here in the future? I know you got something coming up at the end of the month, and just wanted to give you the opportunity to give it a shout out. So what you got coming up in the next couple of weeks?
On the 25th, we have our next talk summit. Every month I do a talk of different themes that have to do with disability, and I do on the third Saturday of every month.
Yep.
We have different themes that we talk about, and it's anywhere from 5 to 20 people.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Austin and I are a part of this with you, and I just wanted to give you a shout out. Michael is looking for speakers for his next upcoming talks. So if anybody wants to reach out to him, please do. I sadly will not be able to be a part of this one. I'll be in the background more for this one due to a surgery coming up on April 13th for the left shoulder. So if anybody wants to jump on and be a part of the stories of diversity, reach out to Michael, and it's an important cause with a big movement that he's creating over there. So appreciate you, brother. Now we're going to take about a 15-minute break here, everybody, before our next speaker coming up. Mrs. Jessica Moyer will be coming up at 10:40. So we're going to just take a brief 15-minute break to stretch our legs, and then we'll be back for the little bit of a long haul, and then we'll have another break later in the afternoon for an hour to take a lunch break. Yeah, that's right, everybody. You heard that right. We do have a lunch break at the Mountain Summit Virtual. That could change. You never know. But let's hold to it, okay? So we're going to take a little bit of a break here, and we'll see everybody back in 15 minutes.
Good morning. How are you? Hmm? Yeah.
Swamp Gardens, they called me about that and
To look at how to avoid pictures.
recently refreshers.
What?
So that's when I couldn't think it's on.
This is in this
Trying to call them back and I can't get through them.
That is a summer. We'll find out, Calvin, for sure. So make sure you show up tomorrow.
Spider
Yes, Spider Bites. All right, she's a Grammy-nominated singer and movie star with a new film coming out this Friday. Please welcome Halle Berry.
Pretty girl. Mm-hmm.
You know what I love? Oh yeah, it's gorgeous. I feel like you're gonna go someplace really nice.
Oh.
Well,
right, everybody, we are going to get rolling here in a little bit. Welcome back. It has been such an incredible morning. Super excited and humbled to be here with each and every one of you. We are here with another beautiful, amazing soul who I was connected to before the last summit. And as I mentioned when we first got started this morning at bright and early at 6:45, you're going to hear a common name throughout this next 2 days, and that's our other fearless leader over at the Blue and Green, Mr. Faber, Michael Faber. And Michael told me when I was looking for some new blood to join us in base camp and making a push for the summit that he recommended that I needed to get to know Jessica Moyer. And I'm glad I did, because when she joined us back in February, she came sleeves rolled up and ready to make a run for the summit, and she cracked open a lot of hearts, mine included. And she's back with us for the second climb, and truly grateful to have you back with us, Jessica. And with that being said, the summit's yours. We can't hear you. Maybe it's me. Can anybody hear her besides me?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, I forgot to turn my mic on. Sorry, I just got off with a client. So, all right. Well, hello. Hi, Deb. I know if you guys can, if I can see your face is awesome. If not, I get it, because it's middle of the day and you're probably multitasking, which I know we're all really good at. So yeah, thank you, David, for inviting me to be back. I'm so honored to meet all of you, to see some familiar faces again. And if you don't know my story, I'll share a little bit about it, because I did share on your last summit, David. But today I wanted to talk more about what your theme is about, legacy. And this is right up my alley, because I am a Ziglar legacy coach. And this is like something that is so important to me, is how we live our life. And it's really about what we're leaving behind in people. So it's not about gifts or cars or mansions. I mean, that's great if you have all that. But it's really about how you're going to be remembered. And I truly make choices and live my life every day, especially to make my children proud and to hopefully pass on stories of inspiration as a parent onto my kids and grandkids, hopefully, and maybe great grandkids. That's why I do all the things I do, is because I would love to run around with great grandkids someday. And so for those that don't know my story, I'll just briefly share. As a young mom, I had my firstborn 9 weeks early, Isabel, and she spent a month in the NICU. That was a really hard challenge. I was working full-time as a pharmaceutical rep. My husband was in college, and I was 24 years old. And so starting my young life, young adult, as with quite a challenge, I thought, well, maybe this will be the hardest challenge I ever face. Well, boy, was I wrong. Our second born child, Stephen, was born with a neuromuscular disease called spinal muscular atrophy. And if you're not familiar with that, that is in the muscular dystrophy family. And it's similar to Lou Gehrig's disease. So basically, children or babies that are born with SMA, they are not affected mentally, but there's one little spike protein in their body that's missing. And this protein creates havoc, and they cannot move their body. And so mentally they are not affected, but physically they have basically no muscular strength. It's an awful disease. Although today there are treatments, there's 4 treatments today. So babies that were born like Stephen are now walking and crawling, and it's incredible. But Stephen had a really tough little life, and he passed away at the age of 9 months. And I'm writing a speech right now that I'll be presenting at the end of April. And I really share, grief doesn't just break your heart, it does break your body. And I miscarried the day after his funeral, and then lost 2 more babies in utero within 6 months. And so I went through this period of life of just a lot of grief and loss. And before that, I had never even lost anyone close to me. So it was a really challenging time in my 20s and early 30s. And I continued, like many of us, to put one foot in front of the other, just in survival mode. And I got to the point where I was like, I don't want to live like this anymore. Maybe some of you can relate. It's like the world's spinning and going on, and you feel kind of stuck. And I had 2 more healthy boys, and I was doing all the things that I was supposed to do. But inside, I was just really unhappy and didn't feel like I was embracing joy like I should be, like all of us should be. Because I truly believe we all have a cross to bear in life, and we have a choice on how we're going to carry that cross. And I got to the point in my early 40s where I knew I was helping all these people in the health and wellness industry, a lot who are carrying a lot of heavy grief and loss, but I knew I had to do some work myself. And so that's when I went to John Maxwell certification to really be surrounded by other leaders who had all been through challenging things in life. And then I went to a Ziegler Legacy certification. And so this is a perfect theme for me. And I will share a little bit about Tom Ziegler and his family. If you're not familiar with Zig Ziglar, he's one of the biggest motivational speakers of all time. Yes, Jimmy's giving me a thumbs up. I honestly had never heard of him in my younger years because I just wasn't in that space. My parents didn't talk about him. But when I went to John Maxwell, I kept hearing the name Zig Ziglar, and I was like, I got to learn more about this. And so I went to the training, signed up, invested in myself, took some big risks right before, like not even 2 weeks before we were shut down during COVID. And so I will tell you, this family, there was 13 in my class from all over the country, and being surrounded by other human beings that wanted to better themselves to then pour into others was my jam. And so I loved it. I actually just signed up for Tom Ziegler's 100 celebration of his father in, I think it's September, October. But just they have made such an impact on my life in spreading the light and spreading hope. And so legacy to me is, how are we carrying ourselves despite what we've been through in our life? And today I want to share something that I created called the 5G legacy, the 5-gift legacy. And this is something I wrote about in my book, Triumph Through the Tears, back during COVID. That was one of my goals when I went to Ziegler, was to write this book, Triumph Through the Tears. And what I discovered in writing that is these 5 gifts, or these 5 tools intrinsic in each of us that is God-given. And so I wanted to share that today as a gift to all of you. And number 1 is gratitude. So, you hear about it, it's talked about all the time, but really being intentional about the things that we are blessed and grateful for, even on the darkest of days, because we're all going to have days, I have them myself, where we just we don't even want to get out of bed. And so just finding something to be grateful for each day. And that could be the smallest of things. I am always grateful for my cup of coffee in the morning. I am a coffee drinker. And so like, I look forward to that. And yes, Deb's got it. And so it could be the smallest of things, but gratitude truly changes our mental state. When you intentionally seek out what you are grateful for, it will change your day. And so you're going to be having the worst day, but then when you focus on something that you're grateful for, it's a game changer. And so that's the first gift. The second gift is generosity. And to me, each day I live my life as, how can I make a difference in someone's life today? What is one small act of kindness? And I always ask God, I'm very faithful. I always ask God to give me that sign, or to put someone in my path that just needs a little light or hope or encouragement that day. And so small acts of generosity can go a long way. And I want to share a little story about this. When I went to the Ziegler Legacy certification, we had a speaker named Bob Bodine. And if you're not familiar with him, you can look him up. He speaks to really high power leaders, sports teams, but he has a book called 2 Chairs that can change. It's basically sitting with God every day. But he asked us all to take out our phone, and he said, I want you to text someone that you think about often, but maybe you don't tell them that you love them or you care about them, that they're on your heart. So the whole class did this, the 13 of us. And about 20 minutes later, he said, I'd love to hear some responses, like who got a message back. And there's one guy in our class, Brent, and he said, I want to share this with you. He sent a message to a woman that lived in California. He was living somewhere else. Someone he had been friends with, and just said, you've been on my heart lately. I'm in this class, Ziegler, and whatever. And he said, I was just thinking about you. And so she responded back and she said, you know, you've been on my heart too. And they got married that summer. And I share this because, oh my gosh, what if he hadn't sent a message telling someone, like, I'm thinking of you? And so, of course, that doesn't always happen. But by one text, just saying, I'm thinking of you, changed the course of both of their lives. And who knows, that ripple effect. And so it's just a powerful reminder that even at our fingertips, like we can just send a message, even if we don't want to pick up the phone, to change someone's day. You can do that and just be the light in someone's day every day. The third gift is growth, and we're all here together to learn and grow. And we have so much available to us for free. There's so many resources that we can use to inspire us and to grow our mind, that neuroplasticity, constantly challenging us, just like our muscles. Like if we lift weights, we can constantly grow our brains. And so seeking that out every day. I work in I want to say it's a retirement community. And I'm currently working with an 88-year-old, and she's developing a course on Alzheimer's, but she knows part of Alzheimer's is movement. And so she's putting in the work, not just here, but she knows she's got to physically do more. And so even as an 88-year-old, she knows that she can continue to grow and change and learn, right? So it's so incredible to me I'm constantly learning from people in my own life. I just took a course on Parkinson's disease that was free. Like, so seek it out. Like if you're like, I want to learn about something, just type it in. I mean, of course we have all the AI now, but challenge yourself each day to learn something new. I do Wordle and connections every day just to keep my brain like fresh. Because let's face it, sometimes the hormones get the best of me. Sorry, gentlemen. The fourth gift is grit. And this is one of my favorite words because, listen, if we don't have grit and resilience, we're not going to change. We're not going to grow, and we're not going to learn. It's because we have to get ourselves up and push ourselves even when we don't feel like it. Now, that's not to say you can't have days where it's challenging, but grit is what makes the difference between those who thrive and those who don't. The victims and the heroes. And so pushing yourself each day to do something that's hard, whether it's, going for a walk when you don't feel like it, whether it's, putting in a little extra reading, whatever it is, just challenging yourself each day to do a little more, to push the needle, to do that 1% more. I am a runner. Well, I want to say I'm a runner. I used to be a runner. I still run, but I tried to qualify for Boston Marathon, not just once, but twice. And I run 9 marathons in memory of Stephen, but I missed qualifying for Boston by 1 minute each time. And so that was grit. I didn't give up. I kept pushing. I don't know if I'll ever qualify for one now because I was told I shouldn't be running 26 miles. However, it's just pushing yourself and not being unsafe about it, but learning to just be resilient. And then the last G is sometimes the hardest, and that's grace. Grace is forgiveness for yourself, forgiveness for others, knowing if you're a religious person, that you are covered in grace, that we are all imperfect beings, and that this is just part of being human. I always, like, when I do a slideshow, I show a picture of my dog Scooby, which I think was on last time. I came home one day, he had tore up my couch. Like, all the fluff was out of my couch. I was so angry. And literally within 5 minutes, I'm like petting him. And so I think about grace, like how we give grace to our dogs and our pets, but like we can't do that with ourselves or other people, is that quick forgiveness. Doesn't mean we forget, but when we forgive others and ourselves, it helps us move forward. And so grace is really important as part of a gift. And also I like to incorporate practicing the pause in with grace, because in situations that we get ourselves into, or when we want to respond, it's so important to just stop and make sure that how we respond is not something that we're going to regret or something that's going to be hurtful towards that person. And so that's a part of my grace is practicing the pause. So these 5 gifts, each day I reflect at the end of the day thinking, how did I use these? And it's kind of fun. Like I challenge myself each day. And if I didn't, I'm like, okay, well, then I got to figure it out before I go to sleep how I'm going to incorporate one of these gifts. It's also a great conversation starter with your family or friends. And so I wanted to share that today as the legacy part of this today, and how to take that step forward is using these gifts that we've been given to just help with our mindset. So at that, David, I'm going to open it up if anyone has any questions or comments, because I know we want to stay on time.
I appreciate you, Jessica. Thank you so much. That was absolutely incredible. We're going to open this up to the Zoom room and move my mouse the wrong way, and open this up to the Zoom room folks. I know there's a couple people here. Oh, there we go. Jimmy, what you got, bro?
Oh my gosh, Zig Ziglar. You get everything out of life that you want as long as you help enough other people get what they want. He is my hero.
Yes.
Now, unlike you, I've been a coach for 40 years, a swimming coach, and I listened to Zig Ziglar way back on the Conan Nightingale when it was on cassette tape.
Yes, the Automobile University.
Yes, it was great. I just wanted to say thank you, because Zig has been my hero forever. And I love that man. I love what he says. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Jimmy.
You're welcome.
Where are you located?
Valencia, California, Southern
Oh,
California.
awesome. Are you still coaching?
I still am. I'm still
Oh,
coaching.
very cool. I love that.
I'm a heart transplant survivor, and I went back to coaching a year and a half after the heart transplant.
Oh, good. Well, I'm hoping you're doing well. So thank you. That's incredible.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jimmy. Love that, bro. What you got, Deb?
First and foremost, Jessica. Hello, baby. Thank you so much for sharing the 5 gifts, and bless Jimmy for admitting cassette tapes. Good job. And I mean, my life predates that. You know, they were still carving hieroglyphs. That said, in your list, I just made tiny little notes. So I really loved, as far as gratitude, that you specified intentionality. I just love that. And for it to also be, I don't know if you said it or not, or if it was just a given, you know, for it to be on some level a daily.
Yes.
And I know that for myself, when I've maintained a daily, and yes, kids, pen and paper.
I'm the same way. I got my notebook right here.
Hey, there's something about, right? Transferring it from your head onto a page with pen and paper that does it for me. But
Yep. Tim's got his too.
I find that when I'm grateful constantly. And so I get laxed on that kind of a practice. And I always find that when I, you know, grab a new book and do the practice, that I'm just healthier. I'm just better. So thank you so much for kicking off with that. I love, you know, generosity, and, you know, being part of Zig's core philosophy. And I just think it's beautiful. Growth, you know, and I love that you mentioned that there's so much for free. I mean, we've all got our jams, we've all got our books, we've all got our things, or a lot of us do. But the fact that there's so much just available, you know, to anyone and everyone. The grit I just adored. And you also mentioned in there, as far as, you know, we can opt in or opt out of victim mentality. A lot of people, especially if you're ensconced in victim mentality, you might think that it's put upon you, but it's still a choice, really a choice. And finally, grace. And I suspect that if a person never allows themselves grace, how can they ever reflect it to anyone else or grant it to anyone else? Anyway, those were my takeaways from your gorgeous talk. Thanks, you.
Deb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Love that. Appreciate you sharing that. What you got, Tim?
Well, Jessica, I was trying to figure out where I know you from, and then you opened your mouth and then figured it all out, because I'm like, I know that woman, and where do I know her from? What lies that, if you many people heard me, is I got in the speaking industry because of Zig. I used to wash his car.
Oh,
That's
no
how
way.
I did not know Zig the speaker. I knew Zig the person. I only heard
Okay,
Zig
that is
speak on
so cool.
stage one time in my life. And the speech I heard, he did nothing but tell jokes for 30 minutes.
Wow.
Literally, I love the man. But anyway, love to hear how you are using the good, the bad, and the ugly in your life, all right, to go out and help others. That inspires me because that's become everything about my life. Being in the self-help industry for as long as I have been, to see people like you, it inspires me. And I appreciate, that's all I wanted to say is I appreciate you and I appreciate you doing what you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Tim.
Yeah, I would second that and third that and fourth that. And I think, I don't know where I am in the number of lineups here with everybody here. But yeah, Jessica, thank you for sharing that. When you shared what you were going to be talking about 2 or 3 weeks ago when we were getting everything finalized with this, I was really excited because a big part of what MBM does is legacy in motion. I mean, heck, we have a theme song that talks about legacy in motion, and it's something I listen to pretty much every day. Not the entire day, that would be getting pretty close to obsession, but I don't think that's a bad thing when it comes to the theme song. With that being said, second climb, you brought the heat, brought the passion behind it, and that's what I love. Seeing people come and wanting to pour into people, and with what Tim said, thank you for what you're doing and make an impact in the world. There's the word. I really appreciate that. It's always important to be out there, especially in a world that's a little bit scared of what's going on right now. And I think that's what we really need right now. So thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you for adjusting with me so we could make our next speaker available for her to join us, who's coming up after you. May Scott is coming back to the mountain, and we're going to give her a few minutes as she transitions from what she's doing. But how's everybody feeling? Everybody ready to do some backflips, somersaults? I think I saw Jessica do a backflip or something like that for her birthday, which was 2 or 3 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, it's my goal to do one until I'm 70 every year.
Wow.
We'll see if that happens, if my back holds out.
That was awesome. Last time I was able to do a backflip was into the swimming pool, but I was 10.
Nice.
I tried to do that once when I was in my 20s, and I almost smacked my head on the side of the pool.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that.
Yeah, I was told not to do that again. And so when Jimmy said that he was a swim coach, I did swim on the swim team in high school, and then I blew out my knee, and my swimming career went out the window. So, yeah, I don't know if I'll ever do a backflip, but if I ever need somebody to do a backflip, we know who to reach out to. We'll just ask Jessica to do it for us, and she's the one that can do it. I'm sure Deb and Tim can do it, but who knows? Yeah, we'll leave it up to Jessica. So, we've had a number of speakers that have shared their hearts today. We've had this going for, I don't know, 3-4 hours now. And this summit has already cracked open certain areas of my life. And I am truly grateful to each and every one of you. And, as I've always said, every time I start brainstorming and thinking about where I want to go next, what summit is going to be next, what theme are we going to tackle, I have no idea what the turnout or the impact that it's going to bring. I have the vision, and I have the idea, and I have the impact that I truly want to do. But what I don't know is what is going to follow behind that, right? And this one has already broken my expectations. it's already hit halfway up the summit and we're not even a third of the way through the summit. And that is what I am truly grateful about, what happens when we enter the base camp. And Deb already put it in the comments, because every time we do one of these, everybody always asks me, when are we going to be doing a live mountain summit instead of a virtual? That is still locked away up here. And maybe, I don't know, in the next 2 months, maybe 3 months, there may be a special announcement coming out. And I was always the kid when I was younger that would blow surprises. My brother and my father could not tell me anything, because I could maybe last 3 to 5 minutes without blowing the surprise. But I have gotten better in 30 plus years. So that one is going to stay locked up in the vault for right now. But what I do want to share with everybody is that we do have a Facebook group that we want to share with everybody out there, because it's become something that we do on a once a month basis, and it's become a very tight-knit family. And we just want to put this invite out there to everybody here in our Zoom room, because what we have created, which we just started back last month, it's called the Base Camp Legacy Group. And we all get together once a month and we talk about whatever type of support that we need. You know, when we go through loss and stuff like that, as we have seen already throughout today, is it can hit at any moment throughout life, right? You could be driving down the road and you can see somebody with their sibling and it can knock you sideways. The other day, I was at church on Easter Sunday, and there was the little brother with his 2 older sisters. And I was watching the older sisters taking care of the younger brother, because the younger brother was starting to get fidgety halfway through the sermon. And all I could do was smile, because I could think of my older brother, Joey. And Base Camp Legacy is there for anybody that's been through loss or a life transitioning moment, like having a heart transplant, where it's, you know, switched up your life, or going through a moment in your life where your life is changed up because of a situation from a marriage. This group is designed to be able to come alongside you and support you. And we'll have 5-day challenges and be able to support you and go beyond that, and be able to share experiences without any fear of judgment. So if anybody wants to come and join this, and I promise you, this is an amazing group. There's a lot of amazing groups out there, but I'm biased because I love Base Camp. Base Camp is an amazing thing, and I talk everything about Base Camp, right? So if you want to know more, hit me up, hit up Austin, and it'd be a fun time to have you. We're not meeting tomorrow night because we're here. We're at the Mountain Summit Virtual. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, we're bringing another fellow mountaineer, base camper, mom of 3 amazing kids that I have known since the first time I met May's daughter. She was this little bundle of joy wrapped up in a little blanket at a camping site up in Winter Park, Colorado. And I remember this one time Joe and I went up there early with the pickup truck, the camper in the back of the pickup, and wave runners. And you know what was crazy? We never put the wave runners in Grand Lake because none of us really wanted to get on the wave runners because it was cold. But Joe and I went up there early because we wanted to get a really cool camping site. And we get up there on Thursday night before May and the family got up there. and we couldn't find a camping site. So we pulled off to the side of the road, parked the truck, climbed in the back of the camper, and went to bed. Next morning, we get up and we went for a walk to see if we could find a camping site. We found this epic camping site in May. I don't know if you remember this, but it overlooked down part of Grand Lake in the area, but it had a beautiful view of the peaks. And May and the family wasn't there yet, but Joe and I, we found this, and then we bolted back to the truck. I don't think we ever told May this, but we took the gas can that was for the Wave Runners out of the camper. And I stupidly, in my 20s, put it underneath the pickup truck. I jumped in the truck and ran over the gas can and sprayed the forest with fuel. Joe and I went, oh shit, let's hope there's not a forest fire. We get over to the campsite. May and the kids get up there. We have a grand old time, right? We get back down to Franktown, drop off the camper in the pickup because that was our father's truck. I took the Wave Runners back to my house. The next day, we heard there was a forest fire up in Winter Park and around the Grand Lake area. I called up Joey. I said, wasn't that where we were camping? He goes, shut up. Deniability. We know nothing. Well, I just said that publicly. So I may have just criminalized myself. Ladies and gentlemen, I have known May for over 2 decades. She is a very dear and close friend of mine. I have seen this woman overcome something that to this day still breaks my heart. But when you witness the story and how she tells this, the strength that comes out of her is absolutely incredible. Because if this happened to me, I'd be in a fetal position in the corner of a room. She is a first-time author, mom of 3, becoming a powerhouse of a keynote speaker. And I am honored that May is coming back for her 7th climb. And with that being said, my dear, amazing, beautiful friend, the summit is yours.
Thank you. Thanks for having me back again. Sorry, also, Dave was very generous in switching time slots around because, the real world also, interferes with some of these things that we do. So I know that I have talked here before and that I have actually talked to quite a few of you. I see a lot of familiar faces in here. And I don't necessarily want to just tell the same story, over and over again. And just kind of to give a little bit of context and background in case we haven't crossed paths yet, is that, we all have that kind of defining moment in our lives, the before and the after, right? We read books about these things, these, big life events that occur. And I had one of those when my ex-husband was arrested, November of 2022. I called the police after he had been violent, and that was not the first time, and it was the first time I called the police. He was arrested, and what followed for the next 2.5 years was just kind of these legal battles that I never would have imagined myself being a part of. There was a criminal case that led to a full week, 5-day jury trial with, 12 jurors, the judge, kind of like you see on TV. I testified against him for almost 8 hours. He was charged with 5 felonies and 4 misdemeanors and went to trial for that and was ultimately found guilty and is serving an indeterminate life sentence in prison. And what sometimes shocks people is if, that in and of itself is a lot. And my ex was an attorney, and, people sometimes are curious just to know how a white male who is an affluent, educated, privileged person ended up, with all of these charges and being found guilty and, sentenced. And then I was also navigating family court and civil court and just trying to get a divorce. And that is a lot of what I speak about now. So David mentioned that I wrote a book, which I did. It was self-published on Amazon in December. And the first part of the book is just kind of a little bit about like me and my ex, who we are, how we got to, this place in our lives. And then there's a section about the criminal trial, because for a lot of people that is interesting. Like if it wasn't my life, I'd be very interested in this story and what happened. And for some people, it's very uncomfortable. So you can skip that whole section, if you don't want to hear about like the details of the criminal case. And then the majority of this book is just trying to get a divorce. And then there's a little section at the end about, hope, healing, all of those things. Like David said, he maybe would have been in a fetal position. And there were times in these years where, the only place you could find me was on the closet floor in the dark crying. I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat any of what this journey or this experience was and has been. And the big thing as I reflect back on all of this, right? Because we all go through these things and they change us. They change the way that we view things. Overall, this experience has made me such a better person. At the end of the day, I think for the first time, maybe in my life, like I really like who I am now. And, that is pretty cool. I think, I don't think I really even knew myself before all of this. And we talk a lot, like, especially in this group, how we can overcome these things and make a better life on the other side, right? And so that last section of my book is about that healing space and how we really can, and not sugarcoating again, right? It is incredibly hard. It is the hardest thing that I've ever had to do, and I wouldn't wish it upon anybody ever. I mean, it just was impossible, and yet somehow, right, we put one foot in front of the other and we keep going. And so one of the things that I learned is that we don't talk enough about the court systems, and post-separation abuse is just kind of the blanket label that, I've put to this. People have heard of domestic violence and intimate partner violence. That is also something I don't know that it's talked about enough. And I do think we're talking about it more. We are learning more about what it looks like, that it's not just screaming, yelling, punching, hitting, right? That there are very complicated factors that go into domestic violence and that lead people to stay in these incredibly dangerous situations. And one of those reasons is this post-separation abuse. And really the main reason why I never left my ex prior to when I finally called the police was because I knew that getting a divorce from him would be impossible. He was an attorney. I was a stay-at-home mom. He had all of the money, all of the power, all of the resources. And I was just kind of like little old me, right? And that's how he set it up. And that's how he wanted it to be. That was how he helped maintain his position of power and control over myself and the kids. I was not allowed to work outside of the home, right? Image is very important to abusers. And my ex was eventually diagnosed with both malignant narcissistic personality disorder and borderline personality disorder. And when you are interacting with people who have personal reality disorders, right, that they have a very distorted view. Oh, yeah. Sorry, did you have a question? No? Okay. Oh, I see. I was like, someone's talking. It gets wildly confusing and complicated. So I knew that I could never actually leave him. I knew that it would be impossible. And I knew above anything else that he would do whatever it took so that I would never see my children again. He knew that the kids were the most important thing to me, and the easiest way to hurt me, which was always his goal, right? The power control and the pain would be to interfere with my relationship with them, or possibly even something more tragic, right? There was a time about a month before he was arrested where it was the middle of the day. You know, people often ask, like, was his behavior related to substance use or alcohol? Nope, like stone cold sober, middle of the day, where he took his gun and told me that he was going to the kids' school and that I would never see them again. And I had to text our oldest, who was the only one with the phone, and say, like, hey, if dad shows up at your school, do not go with him. He is angry. I had to call the schools and say, like, hey, I'm just checking, because, you know, what survivors do a lot is protect our abusers, right? We have this very unhealthy trauma bond with abusers, and we care about them. And I didn't want him to get in trouble. So I didn't call the police that time when it happened. And the night that he was arrested, he also had his gun, and he, same thing, told me he was going to make it that I never saw the kids again, right? And so when you put all of this together, that's the kind of easy, basic reason of why I never left him. I knew that if I did, I was signing somebody's death certificate, and I didn't know whose it was going to be. My counselor used to say that she imagined she would see us on the news as a, you know, him being a family annihilator and all of us ending up dead. And not to mention that I was threatened by him a lot, not only with never seeing the children again, but when I ever brought up that I, you know, wasn't happy with him or that I wanted a divorce, there were terrible threats made about money and, you know, the things that I would have to do for money because he was going to make sure that I never touched his money, right? And also his delusion with that. When I look back, I can laugh about it because he didn't really ever work. He was embezzling money, and he kept us in crippling, like hemorrhaging credit card debt, again, as another way to control me, right? But also in the moment, like all of these threats are very real to me. You know, I was terrified. So when he finally was arrested, there was immediately a mandatory protection order put in place. And for the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe because he wasn't there. He wasn't in my head. He wasn't in my ear. You know, he wasn't apologizing and making all the promises. Like the cycle had more of a hiccup this time than it ever had before. Now, he sent his family to talk to me, to, you know, say all the things that he wanted to say, and, you know, all of this very inappropriate interaction because there was a protection order. And I was still able to, with that physical space, you know, to say like, no, listen, you know, none of this is okay. None of the things that he has been doing for, you know, the last however many years is okay. There's no excuse. There is no reason. I finally could see things clearly. And so I said, not only do I see it clearly, but obviously other people do as well, because the police believed me, you know, the investigators believed me. I spoke to the district attorney and he believed me, and my family and friends believe me about what happened. So, you know, I guess I'm not crazy like he said I was all those years. And I really can leave him because now I have all of this evidence and all of this proof, and it won't just be another case of he said, she said. So I was very emboldened to file for divorce. And I thought, you know, I can finally keep my kids safe. I can finally hold him accountable. Like I can do this. And I consulted with many attorneys before choosing one to work with. And every attorney that I spoke with, I tried to give them a very full, clear picture of what we were dealing with, right? Who he was, who his family was, the criminal charges, all of the financial disaster. I tried to be abundantly clear. And every attorney kind of said like, yeah, okay, all right, we can handle this. We've seen complicated cases before, no problem. When you file for divorce, there is an injunction that goes into place immediately that says the status quo of the marriage, whatever was happening in the marriage, stays the same while everything is getting sorted, right, for the divorce. And then eventually there will be orders put in place and things might change, the house might have to be sold, right? Like all of that stuff gets figured out. But while it is getting figured out, everything stays the same. And so I would ask these like very specific clarifying questions, right? Of, okay, so, right, like I have zero money, zero income. So he's an attorney. And even though he was arrested, there has been no action taken against his law license. He's out, he's not in jail, right? They said, yep, he's an attorney. He will have to continue paying the mortgage, all of the bills. You guys will do shared kid expenses. They advised me immediately to get a job. And I was like, oh, I already am on that because I know how he is and how he's going to be in a divorce, right? So I had already, gotten a full-time job in just the few weeks between his arrest and filing for divorce. I said, okay, the court is going to see it. They're going to see that he is an abuser. He has been charged with felony assault, multiple counts, and all of them carry a domestic violence add-on charge to it, right? So 9 charges with 9 add-ons of domestic violence. And what do we know about domestic violence, right? Is that it's not just the physical. So surely court professionals are going to see all of this other stuff that he's doing, the control, the manipulation, the gaslighting, the DARVO, like denying it. And then, the abuser reverses things and makes themselves the victim. We're going to get there. We're going to see all of this. And so I did. I retained an attorney. I filed for divorce and I said, I can do this. And so immediately when that happened, what did my ex do? But immediately lock every single account, which is against the injunction. That is illegal. He canceled all of the insurance. It clearly states in there, you cannot cancel insurance. He did it anyway. He immediately stopped paying the mortgage, stopped paying all of the bills. Says in that, you can't do that. It's illegal. So I go back to the attorneys and the judge. I'm like, hey, what do we do? What do we do? Nothing. There's nothing. You like, we can't do anything. We can't actually hold him accountable for any of these things. And I just was shocked by this. I'm like, what do you mean we can't do anything? I have never felt so helpless and alone. And I am paying about $10,000 a month in attorney's fees as a social worker, fully raising 3 children on my own. Again, he's not contributing anything, not a dime to his children in any way, not for food, nothing. And I'm having to borrow about $10,000 a month from family to pay for these attorneys' fees, just to be told time and time again, there's nothing that anybody can do. He missed many deadlines for, submitting documents and things because they, on paper, try to make it seem like you really can get a divorce in 90 days, at least in Colorado. Different states have different amounts of time that people have to be separated. And that, in Colorado also, no fault divorce, right? So no fault. This is simple. We can do this. This is straightforward. Well, no, because he was not exactly contesting the divorce, but he was not a participating person in the divorce. And didn't matter. nothing anybody could do about it. And I mean, I felt crazier like than I ever did with him. You know, the gaslighting just like from the legal system was unbelievable, right? I didn't even know what to do anymore. I felt just completely helpless and hopeless. And all the while, my ex and his dad are emailing myself and my attorney constantly. I mean, daily emails or, you know, text messages of some sort about something that I was doing wrong, or, you know, I truly, this might sound like an exaggeration, but in family court, I felt like he could do whatever he wanted. And if I sneezed, I was getting attacked. Why did I sneeze? Is it because I was snorting cocaine? What am I exposing my children to? How could I possibly do all of these things? And they are allowed to say whatever they want with zero supporting evidence, zero documentation of anything. They can just say these things about me in family court. And then what happens, right, is I have to spend months and months of my time, additional thousands and thousands of dollars to say that I'm not these things. There was a smear campaign that my ex wrote out in a court document and interrogatories that talked about how I drive drunk with my kids in the car, that I abuse over-the-counter and prescription medication, that I am emotionally abusive to the kids, that I neglect them, I never get out of bed in the morning, that my ex was always the primary parent, that, you know, I never did anything for my children. And so what I have to do, right, is spend all of this time contacting all of the doctors and medical professionals to show the records that I was the one who called to make the appointments, that I was the one who signed all of the consents. The same thing with the schools and all of their sports. I am having to produce mountains of papers of every single sign-up genius that I did for my kids' school. Every correspondence that I did for the three of them with either a teacher or a coach. I mean, you know, this strategy in family court is to kill somebody with paper, right? To just keep like filing these things and sending this correspondence and going over and over and over again until they eventually crack or eventually give up. And I came really close. There was a time about a year into all of this where I emailed my attorney and I told my therapist and my family and friends, I said, I give up. I said, I don't know how to like continue to combat this evil. And I am laying down my sword and give him whatever he wants, except for the children, because he was charged with child abuse and I'm not going to put my kids, you know, in danger. I said, but like, if he wants like my left kidney, I don't even care anymore. He can have whatever he wants. And this was shortly after he filed a motion with the court demanding that I pay him spousal maintenance. And as a reminder, you know, we're a year in, he's not doing anything still for his kids. Nothing has been figured out in court after a year. I'm just like $100,000 in the hole in attorney's fees. And he filed a motion to get spousal support from me. And my attorney said, this is never going to hold up in court. He is voluntarily unemployed or underemployed. When we had to submit financial documentation, right? Again, I come with this stack of papers of every pay stub from, you know, the last 10 months or whatever of my employment, my tiny little retirement fund that I started with my new job, my bank account statements, you know, everything. And my ex shows up with a handmade Excel spreadsheet that just kind of says zero. He doesn't have any money. He doesn't make any money. And the judge looked at all of that and said, okay. And I had to pay my abuser spousal support. And again, that's abuse. That is post-separation abuse. That is disgusting. He was doing nothing for his children. And he is taking, right, from like the one person who is doing anything for them. And also, right, keeping in mind, once again, there is no money. There is no money. I am making like barely anything. Like I didn't even make enough to pay the mortgage. The mortgage payment was more than I made in an entire month working full time, right? So like, because part of me thinks, well, if I had the money, who cares? Whatever. Just like, again, it's just money. Take it. I don't care. Just leave me alone, right? But that was not what was happening, right? This was so malicious and intentional and disgusting. And after that happened, I just was feeling very low and I said, I don't care. I said, I'll just like the kids and I'll move in with my parents. Like we're done. We're not doing this anymore. I genuinely cannot do this anymore. And luckily my support people did not let me give up. But it was incredibly hard, every single day, just there was something else coming at me. I was a level of hypervigilant, not only from concern about our physical safety, because he did have to turn in all of his guns after he was arrested. It's a red flag law. And the court allowed him to turn his guns over to his brother. His brother also had a whole like arsenal of weapons, so that didn't really make us feel much safer by any means. And he was also putting in court documents my specific whereabouts. And we presented this as saying like, hey, he can't do that. That's stalking, right? And there is a mandatory protection order in place. And what is his argument is that he's just keeping an eye on his assets. He's just following where his car is. And the court once again was like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. You can continue to stalk her through the car and, do all of these things. And it just felt like everywhere I turned, the systems were working against me. We spent months, and I'm not exaggerating, probably about 11 months trying to set up supervised family time because of child protection being involved and the child abuse charge. And I would say, yes, of course he can have time with the kids. This is hard and confusing for all of us, but these are his kids and that is their dad, right? We just need to make sure that it is done in a safe and appropriate way. And we offered pretty much every single day of the week at different times, tried to be flexible. I said I could drive the kids, I could do whatever was needed. And every response that we got was either he didn't want to talk about it unless he was getting full 50-50 time with his kids, which again, considering the facts of the case, like that was never going to happen. Child protection, that part they weren't going to allow, right? But he didn't care. He would just spin his wheels and say these things, or I would just get accused almost every day of alienating the kids from him. And, we would look again at the facts of this, and I had a mound of paper, like 2 reams of paper of emails of all of the time I am offering and how flexible. And the kids and I are like bending over backwards just to be told like, no, alienation. And, so what are we doing? We're going to court with these allegations that I'm alienating the children, and all of that cost like another $25,000 to, and that is financial coercion and abuse through the court system. They knew what they were doing, right? And so I used to be terrified, like full on trauma response to checking my email, because there was always something else in there talking about like what a piece of crap human I am and how I am, ruining his life and all of these baseless allegations and, all of these things. And it was such like a mind game. And I knew that my ex was not like the best person. And for some reason, my naive self, I still thought that like he would have integrity going through this process because of the kids, right? And what I have learned is that abusers will abuse and they only care about themselves, and they are so incredibly self-serving that it didn't matter that at every step along the way, what he was doing was hurting his children. It didn't matter to him at all. And the court couldn't do anything to help me, at all. It was just this terrible, like snowball effect that felt so helpless, right? So I kept going because really I felt like, like what choice did I have? And I am obviously glad that I kept going. And one of the things that I'm doing now that I am on the other side is I am working with some of our state representatives to make change on these things. So one of my good friends is a state representative. I'm kind of lucky that I already had somebody that I could talk to about this. And as soon as I was court ordered to pay my ex-spousal support, my friend was like, I'm getting started on this right now. And last year in May of 2025, there was a new law signed, and it's Colorado law now that victims of domestic violence do not have to pay their abusers spousal support anymore. Something that I never thought would have to be a law. And I'm grateful because after my ex was convicted, immediately his divorce attorneys filed a motion for an increase in spousal support from me. And I quote, they said the reason he needed more money was because the items in commissary are more expensive than market value. So once again, they know that like now he's incarcerated. He really isn't going to provide anything for his children. So he needs more of that. I mean, that it was just despicable. And because this law wasn't in place yet, right, we had to spend time, energy, money, resources fighting that to say, hey, hold on, this isn't appropriate. She's not going to pay her abuser spousal support, and they're saying, yes, yeah, actually she is. It just was things that you can't even imagine and that like you can't even make up. And so there is a new bill on the House floor. I went down and spoke in front of the Judicial Committee last week or the week before that is saying when somebody files for divorce, doesn't matter who it is, across the board, they are going to look and assess if there is domestic violence or any kind of, power and control dynamics happening in this relationship. And if there are, it's determined by like a third party that there is domestic violence happening in this relationship. It gives judges a bit of a flow chart about how they have to handle this case differently and the things that they need to look out for. And one of the things that we really need is for judges and divorce attorneys, guardian ad litems, parental evaluators, all of these people in family court to be very well trained on the complexities of domestic violence and power and control. We need them to be very trauma informed and to stop being trained in the way that historically judges have been trained. And it is on record, and they will tell you part of their training is to be suspicious of allegations or statements of abuse. When it comes to divorce, they are trained to be suspicious of women. They are trained to view women as a little bit emotional and hysterical. And so when you're viewing a case through that lens, that is incredibly damaging. And so if we can work with court professionals to put on a different lens when they are looking at families and very much treating each case individually rather than just under this umbrella of like, like he said, she said, they hate each other, they're just being nasty, right? Because there are these other things at play, and abusers use the court system to continue to abuse their victims, to drag them back to court time and time again. Even after everything was finalized, we went to court, we all agreed, we signed the papers, the judge entered the divorce decree, right? We are done. It took about 5 months and another $20,000 at least in legal fees to get my ex to do what he was court ordered to do in the final orders. And it was really a few signatures, a few things he had to sign, because even though he's incarcerated and I was allocated full parental rights and responsibilities, his rights as a parent were not terminated. So to get the kids their passport renewals, we had to have him sign a form. And in order to trade in the family car, because he was on the title, we had to have him sign a form. And these things that he just is refusing to do. And, and again, it's all just like games to him, because now what, right? He's incarcerated. He's got nothing to lose. His divorce attorney quit. We don't know why. We assume it was for non-payment of services, but we don't know what was going on. He's got nothing but time. And again, his motivation to hurt me in all of that, right? So yes, we are working to say, hey, there is domestic violence. This has to be treated differently. And if there are children involved, whoever is determined to be the abusive party cannot share any kind of decision making with the victim, because all of the studies show the way that abusers use their children in family court as pawns and as a way to retaliate against their ex-partner. And while I was speaking to our state representatives, one of the questions that was asked by one of our female state representatives said, are you worried that if this passes, if this moves forward, that this is going to lead to false allegations, right? That everyone's going to be pointing fingers and saying like, well, he's abusive, she's abusive, we can't, I get full control over all of the kids, or, whatever. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if somebody's talking about controlling their kids, that's probably your abuser. First of all, like, language matters. The way that people present themselves matters, right? Like, look harder. When people are talking, seek to really understand what they're saying. Look at people who are suddenly playing the victim in all of this. Look, we don't need to have a mountain of physical evidence to determine if there is domestic violence or abuse. Like, meet people where they are, listen to them, believe them, and then, you are educated court professionals, right? Make a decision. And what I told this representative when she asked, I said, I will tell you one thing I feel incredibly certain about. It does not matter what laws are passed related to domestic violence and abuse. The abuser is always going to find a way to use it against the victim, whether that's through false allegations or just weaponizing this, or, they are master manipulators at flipping things upside down. They love to make everything into a circus so that people aren't even sure what we are talking about anymore, to distract everybody from the issue at hand. I said, please do not stall this bill because you're worried it will get used against victims, because everything in court gets used against victims. And we need to start somewhere by having some way to navigate post-separation abuse. And we are working to go further and hopefully eventually criminalize post-separation abuse and to stop allowing all of this to happen, right? Litigation abuse. One of the things that I learned in family court is that it is the wild, wild west. There really are like no rules. While on paper there might be, like I mentioned when I first started talking, is there is no way to hold anybody accountable in family court. And I don't understand how we live, at least where I am, right? It's a no-fault divorce state. So why am I being deposed for my divorce and being asked questions about what kind of sex that I like? How is that relevant to wanting to get a divorce? But they're allowed to. There really are like no rules in family court. And that is what, again, we need to change. And it's going to be an uphill battle. And even when I work with our state representatives now, we are all in agreement, right? Like this doesn't benefit me. What I'm doing right now, like my cases are buttoned up and, and completed. And I'm not going to go back to court for anything in that. But what we're hoping to do is make it better for this next generation of people that ultimately I'm sure are going to get divorced, and that we can put a stop to a lot of this. We need to stop smear campaigns. We need to stop just these frivolous motions being filed, because every motion filed needs a response, right? And so it's just kind of such a game. And divorce has become a $54 billion a year industry. Divorce has just taken over like the legal field, and people are profiting off all of this pain. And again, when you consider that to get married, it takes 5 minutes and about $30 to get a marriage license. You know, how can you justify in any way that this is what divorce looks like? You know, and I know a lot of people who have had very amicable, kind of what I would say like normal divorces. My kids' friends that, you know, they see both their parents, they have 2 houses, they can show up to sporting events together, right? We're not necessarily talking about these run-of-the-mill, like average divorces where people maybe said, hey, this relationship is kind of toxic for me and you. We're not going to, you know, stay married, but like, I'm not a toxic person and I can be reasonable and I can work through these steps of divorce with you, right? That's not what we're talking about. We are talking about calculated harm to people and using the court to do that. That is what post-separation abuse is. And that is what we need to change. And I unfortunately feel like I now have like a PhD in it based on my own experience and working, you know, with other survivors on all of this. And, you know, our goal is to very much get loud about it and to really put a stop to it. So that is kind of the direction I'm going on my new beginning with all of this, and making something that was very painful into something that I'm very passionate about, and hoping to help others along the way. You know, if anybody is bored, I think the book is actually very interesting. Like I said, if this wasn't my life, I would want to know just like how wild of a story this was. It's on Amazon. It's gotten, you know, really good feedback and reviews, or, you know, recommend it to somebody else who you think might benefit from it. And yeah, we're just gonna keep on keeping on with all of it. So thank you for letting me yap on about it, because like I said, I'm very passionate about it.
No. Really? You're passionate about this? Come on. I don't believe that. Just kidding. Absolutely love that, May. It's you know, I gotta tell you, I say this every time. From February last year to where are we? April? I think we're in April. Complete difference. You're a rock star in what you've been doing. And, you know, I found out about the Capitol talk that you were doing when you were sitting casually with your arm up on the chair, just kicking back, ready, waiting for your turn. And that just shows the strength, y'all. Like, I watched May go through this whole situation back from 2022 to I think 24 before I had the knee done and everything. And to see the strength that this young lady has, she had the strength even going through it. But to hear her getting loud and getting even louder now, it's an absolute privilege to see the strength that you've been going through. You know, I always say you got an army behind you. If there's anybody going to give you issues, you know, there's a massive army behind you, but you've become the epitome of Wonder Woman, and it's powerful. So very extremely proud of you for what you're doing. And I can see Mary wants to say something. So we've got about 15 minutes. And so I am going to open this up to everybody. Mary, what you got for us?
Okay. Hey, May, nice to meet you. I definitely identified with your story, as I also went through domestic violence, divorce, and separation, and ended up in a shelter because I did not have the resources and funds to go through the custody and divorce battle. So I absolutely identify with the abuse of the court system. So you are extremely strong for having to be able to articulate what everything that you've gone through, because I have yet to tell this part of my story. So thank you for sharing that. And I can't wait to get your book. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. And I, you know, I appreciate you saying that too, because one thing I didn't say, but I often do, is I did this and it felt impossible with so much support. Like my family and friends were incredible. I don't know how people that don't have those resources, like genuinely, and that's what it sounds like you maybe where you found yourself, because yes, I mean, we're looking into shelters and we always think of animals, like we have a dog and a lot of shelters don't let you take them or it's very short term. And this is a long-term battle. I mean, we are over 3 years out and still not totally back on our feet, right? And so we need better resources as well for people. I mean, I remember calling all of the shelters like the day after he was arrested and feeling so disheartened that there like really wasn't anything anybody could do, right? They could maybe give us some clothes or like the food pantry, but I'm like, no, you guys don't understand what I need here. I need like a new life, right, in this. And so I hope you're safe now too. That was
it's been 6 years. So ended up my situation was there was only one bed at the shelter for me. So I had the kids had to remain. And I left it up to God and just gave up because the court wanted to bring up all my sexual preferences, paint me as an unfit mom when I was the one screaming from the top of my lungs, like, this is not right. And I'm trying to be safe. Right. So I ended up just giving up and saying, I'm working on me, working on my inner self. And at some point the kids will understand and we'll move forward. And it's been 6 years. And so I'm in a good place now. So, but nobody talks about it. And that's why I'm really proud of you for bringing the language and the spotlight on this, because I know so many of my friends and men too, men get a bad rap and having to go through the court system with the female abusing the system too. So I think it goes on both sides and it's not fair. And this needs to be talked about more. So I can't wait to get your book. Because it's a need. It's definitely a need. Like I'm getting chills just talking about it.
I'm glad you said that too, because I've had people reach out on Instagram saying like, oh, like you hate men. And I have been very intentional of saying like, no, hold on. It does go both ways, right? I'm speaking from my experience where yes, my abuser was a man, but I have seen females, use kids as leverage and for, these power and control dynamics. So I do try to have my platform be for any person suffering, not just for women, because you're right. It's not like that.
So Mary, everybody here in Zoom, and I'll drop it in Facebook over here. I created a flow page link for May. So it has her social media on Instagram. I know she's more active on Instagram than Facebook, but she does have both. So the flow page has the link to Amazon to get a copy of her book. So you can get that. I just dropped it in the comments. It also has her Facebook following, her Instagram following, and then there's a video that her daughter made about the book. So I pulled all that together a few months back for her, so you can follow her everywhere and get a copy of the book. And everybody on Facebook who's watching this, I strongly encourage, because I got to be one of the few that got to read the manuscript. It is a extremely powerful book, and after knowing May for, like I said, over 2 decades, Joe and I had no idea that she and the kids were going through this, and it still makes my blood boil. But now, with that being said, I am very proud for the woman that she has become and doing what she's doing, because there was a long time that I didn't see that stunning smile on that face because of the pain and the agony that family was going through. So seeing this is the crowning achievement, and seeing her children thrive. So this is the moment. So I'm proud of that. Deb,
thank you.
You're welcome.
May, what can I say? You blow me away. Your fortitude, which of course David has been alluding to, and just bearing witness and seeing how you've turned pain and struggle into positive momentum?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I talk about how my ex and his family wanted to see me either in a straight jacket or a grave. That was their goal. And, that part of me feels really proud too that, I didn't do that. And, I allowed myself to have quite a pity party for a few months. I was down in the dumps for a while. And also that's not who I am. And they should have known that.
I am curious, and not just hearing it from you just speaking, but also what Mary had infused that family court, and I don't know if it's just like divorce court, family court, that allowed him to accuse you with impunity. Is that because you filed for divorce? Like if it had been if the tables were turned and he had filed, could you have done the same crappy maneuver? Or is that just thank you to the patriarchal toxic system that we're
Yeah, it doesn't matter who files, and I could have done it. I have an email to my attorney that I sent after that, and I was like, really? This is what they're doing? Because let me tell you about all the skeletons in that family's closet. And, but I didn't want to do that. That's again, like not who I am, but you could have.
Okay. Okay. And last but not least, you mentioned early on the tendency to protect the abuser and so on and so forth. I've heard the term Stockholm Syndrome in the past. Do you think that's somewhat applicable? Maybe we don't know, but it's ringing true a little bit?
A little bit. And Stockholm Syndrome it's different. I think what I experienced, and Mary, I don't know if you as well, is more of a trauma bond, that our bond is based on this like intense highs and lows versus Stockholm Syndrome being like, you're the one who like saved me and is taking care of me. Yeah, it's more, the trauma bond is being addicted to the high highs and the low lows.
Oh, thank you, Deb. Final question from me, May. When you were going through your lowest lows and the depths of it, and with the 3 kids and doing all the sports activities, because I know all 3 of them are big sports enthusiasts, especially the 2 younger ones. What would you do to pick yourself up and to continue to be the type of mom I know you are, and to keep pushing forward when your body was fighting you, especially when you were getting those type of emails from the ex and from his attorneys and all that? What would you do to support yourself and to be able to take care of the little ones?
I think a lot of times when you're in survival mode, you just compartmentalize everything and you just like put it aside. It's like, I'll have to deal with that later, I guess. I had myself and the kids in therapy from like the get-go, like as soon as I was in therapy beforehand as well, and I had just so much guilt thinking that like I ruined my kids' lives. I was trying to overcompensate a lot, and that didn't leave any space really for me to take care of myself. And I was kind of aware of that. And I just thought like, that's not the priority right now, right? I need to just like get through this and then I can focus more like on myself and my healing. And so, I read a lot of books. I love books or like audiobooks. And then I just listened to music to the point of like having music on while I was sleeping. Like music, I say, is the thing that like saved my life. It helped me feel connected, like through lyrics and like a pain that other people can't understand. And that was my main form of self-care during all of that. And I still utilize music. I mean, music is just like, I can't imagine a world without it. And I also now have made sure I take time and space like for my own healing as well. And, still, we're never really fully healed. Like I had something happen 2 days ago where my online banking was down. And that was such a trigger for me because during our whole process, when he went into the bank and manipulated all the accounts, and he wasn't even on my account anymore, but because we were still married, he was able to access it and he was stealing money, again, like money for his children. And that was my first thought when it said like online banking was down. I was like, oh my God, he did it. He did it again. He went in and he somehow got like mine and the kids' money. And and I panicked and I didn't sleep. And then I called the bank at like 8 a.m. and they were like, no, everything's fine. But, I never would have thought that that would be a trigger for me, right? Like yelling, hitting, slamming things, big noises. Yes, absolutely. Those are the things that I'm more attuned for of like, hold on, stay grounded, you're safe. And, but things are still going to come up all the time. And so I think that's important too, is that our healing is absolutely a journey. And I also saw what Mary wrote about like her lawyer saying like, you just have to give him what he wants to, and like agreeing that I ended up switching attorneys because my first attorney kept telling me all of that. And I'm like, girl, like, are you in love with him or something? Like, what is happening? Because that's not right. That's not right. But there is so much of that. And it's really like repulsive that people are encouraging their clients to do those things, or to like these threats of like, well, the judge is going to be mad at you. Like, man, it is such an experience that, again, I don't wish on anybody. So yeah, I mean, hoping to do the change of that.
Well, I think you're already becoming that change with everything that you're doing here in Colorado with going to the Capitol and working with a team of people to make that change, because right now Colorado needs a lot of help in different areas. Most importantly, with the domestic violence, I had no idea. And that is why, from a professional MBM level, 100%, we're always behind you. That's why the movement is all about giving people the opportunity to have their voice back and to be able to scream it from the mountaintop in the primary area of grief and loss. And, something you've said from past summits is about you were grieving an area of your life that you lost. And I remember that from something you said back in February when this was all happening. And watching everything that you went through when we reconnected back in 2022 up until now, it has been a testament of resilience, inner strength, and determination. So thank you for coming back and joining the mountain. In my opinion, you're always going to be a part of this movement, because May was the next door neighbor of my brother years ago when they lived next door to the Flatirons Mall. And here she came with I think it was a plate of cookies or a plate of muffins. All I know is it was delicious, because he and I think those didn't last for more than 2 or 3 hours when we were moving them into that townhouse. So it was delicious. And May, once again, was a legacy sponsor of this summit. And I can't tell you how grateful I am that you're always jumping in to be a legacy sponsor. And, one thing I did talk about earlier, because everybody's always asking me about when we're going to do a live event, but I have been talking to May about dipping her toe into a future live speaking opportunity, and she is ready to do this. We've had this conversation, so I can't wait for when everybody gets to meet May live, because she will change her life like she always done on the virtual. So once again, May, thank you for joining us. Check out the link in the comments here. It has you can get her book and see what she's been doing, like check it out on Instagram. That's where her main posting happens over there. So once again, May, thank you for joining us. And you know me, I'll be in touch for the next one. So you're
Thank
awesome.
you.
You're very
Thank
welcome.
you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages. I don't know why I added in the boys and girls part, because it just sounds cool in my opinion. But we're gonna take a little bit, 10 minutes here. We're not taking a break because breaks will happen after Mr. Faber, who is up next. But I want to ask everybody, how's everybody feeling right now? We're halfway through day one. How crazy is that, right? You know, it takes maybe 2 to 3 months to organize, to set up this summit. But then when I turn on the camera and I turn on the live and we hear all of these powerful, incredible souls, it just flies by just like that. It amazes me. And we've already heard some incredibly heavy hitters. We started out with Amber Furman, and we just heard May Scott, and we heard Tish McDaniel, Michael Hummel, Jessica Moyer. Really quick before we do what I want to do next here, I want to thank our sponsors, May Scott, who I mentioned a few minutes ago, Michael Martin Hummel, our Mountain Summit sponsor, Tim Scott, our Legacy year-long sponsor, and yeah, that's it for this summit, but I know there'll be many more to come. Right now, what I want to do next is I want to ask y'all a question. And this is going to be an exercise on the step that you almost didn't take. And there are moments in our lives, right, where our brain tries to talk us out of when we know we're meant to do something. And for me, that's happened several times throughout this 8-year journey. And as I mentioned earlier today, I was running away from what I was meant to do, because I knew that if I really took on the mantle of the challenge of grief, it was going to force me to challenge my own grief around my brother. So really quick, I know there are people that just turned off their cameras, and there are reasons behind that with work and going on. But if for those, yeah, I knew he was going to do that when I said that. That's Michael Faber. Gotta love him. But I'm going to ask everybody, if you can, turn on your cameras for me here really quick. Thank you, Deb, Travis, May, Alan, my man. Good to see you, bro. Lauren, please don't crash your car if you're driving. I don't know if you can do this exercise, but that's okay. Okay. I want everyone to take a minute and close your eyes. And I'm going to turn on some music here, because there's something that we're going to do. It is and before we do this, whoa, not that one. Yeah, that's a Viking tune. Think of one step that you almost didn't take that changed everything in your life. Take a few minutes with this. And then when I stop playing the music, I want you to type in the chat, if you're on Facebook or here in the Zoom room, just one sentence. Don't overthink it. And then when the music stops, we'll open it back up. And then if you guys want, share it with us. If not, I just want you to think of your loved one, someone you've lost, and we'll go from there.
We stand upon this earth, here in the now, bearing tales of love, loss and how. The ones we've lost still whisper in the breeze. Their stories guide our hands, their voices in reprise. It's okay to speak the name of those who've gone, to let the grief, the joy both move you on, because healing starts when truth is shared aloud in the open, together, not hidden in the crowd. Legacy in motion, rising strong and true. New beginnings shine when we share what we've been through. Together we are stronger, healing hand in hand, carrying love forward, building hope across the land. The mountain may be steep, the climb can feel long, but every step we take makes the weary strong. We lift each other higher with courage we create, and keep on moving upward. The summit awaits. Legacy in motion, rising strong and true. New beginnings shine when we share what we've been through. Together we are stronger, healing hand in hand, carrying love forward, building hope across the land. So speak your peace, the laughter and the pain, for memory's flame shines brightest through the rain. When you're brave to tell, when someone else will hear, you build the bridge from sorrow into hope and care. Legacy in motion, rising strong and true. New beginnings shine when we share what we've been through. Together we are stronger, healing hand in hand, carrying love forward, building hope across the land. Legacy in motion.
Okay, who wants to go first? Interesting. For me, I got stuck in my own way after my brother died and didn't believe in myself and almost didn't reach out to Michael Faber about 6 years ago to kickstart everything that I'm doing right now. And if I didn't do that, I don't think I would have been doing what we're doing today.
I get what you're asking now. Took me a minute.
That's okay.
When you said it, confused me, and then when you text me, I got more confused. So I was just like, bet. But I was the same way. Like, I almost didn't speak because I hate speaking. I didn't speak until I was like 4 or 5 years old, so I hated speaking. You ever speak to Alan? He'll hate speaking. You know what I mean? You'll hate listening then too. But so I didn't want to speak. I didn't want people looking at me. I didn't want to talk in front of you. I had to remember like the point of all this, right? Like the reason why we were speaking. What do you think the reason why you're speaking? Typically speaking's easy then. So got out of our way. Now we're here. Listen to you speak. What a gift.
Thank you, Michael. One or two more, and then we'll get to listen to Mr. Faber. Going once, going twice. Sold. Oh, Deb, go ahead.
Just that writing has always been one of my personal modalities. Anyone who's been around me for a minute knows that. But I guess it was 2019 when I actually decided to collect those pieces, or a selection of those pieces, and move forward and publish and move forward and actually begin my journey of sharing the stories, and that led me to you.
Well, I'm glad it led you to us because you've been an awesome addition to the family, Deb. The question, Mary, was the step that you almost didn't take. I just shared the step that I almost didn't take was reaching out to Michael Faber back in 2020. And if I didn't step out of my comfort zone and do that, I don't think I'd be doing what I'm doing today. And so, as Michael laughs at me.
Well,
Bro, that was such an awkward message, bro. Sorry, Mary, go ahead.
No, I can share the step that I almost didn't take is what I'm doing now, is like showing up for myself and showing up fully. That's really hard. So leaning in on that.
Yeah, I do remember that message, Mike. It was weird. I'm like, I don't even remember what I said because it's been 6 years ago, but yeah.
It was just, I'll never forget it. It was just super weird because you were like, I lost Joey. And I thought you were being like a smart ass because my brother's name was Joey too. I was like, oh, you think that's funny? Like, I was like, oh, we got a real tough guy talking about my brother in a message towards me. I remember, I think Hudson might have been there, or Mike Gass or somebody, or Ev. And they were like, I don't know, man. Maybe ask him before you freak out. So it was a weird message, but I'm glad we got here.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know if I could go all the way back 6 years, but yeah.
Okay.
So, anywho,
I'll go back 16 years, David. So 16 years after waiting 8 years to ignore when Zig Ziglar told me what to do, of finally having a wife, a girlfriend at the time, say, the only way you're going to do it is if you quit your job. And I had to quit so I did. I quit my job, and well, now I've got to find a way to put fuel in my tank. Now I got to find a way to eat. Guess what? I found a way.
There you go. It's the way to do it. Thank you for sharing that, Tim. Thank you, May. Thank you for joining us. And I'm glad we were able to make the adjustment work. Have a great day. Ladies and gentlemen, the man himself, the legend, the myth, the squirrel hunter from West Virginia. You know, the first time I heard that I was going to be traveling to a farm in Delaware for an event, at first I was a little skeptical. Now, I've never had a problem traveling anywhere on my own because I'm not a very small dude. I'm 5'10", around 230, 240 pounds. I can handle myself anywhere that I go. But when Michael told me that I was going to travel either to BWI or Philadelphia, and somebody from his team was going to come pick me up, and I had no idea where I was going to go, where I was going to be staying, or what I was about to get myself into, I was a little skeptical. But the good news was I went to a men's retreat down in Orlando, Florida before this event in Delaware, and I got to meet the myth, the legend, the squirrel hunter with the red epic beard, before going to the woods and the farm in Delaware. So I had a pretty good idea what I was going to before traveling out to Delaware. Michael has become more than just a friend. He's become a brother that puts up with me because I don't know how many times I have to ask the same question over and over and over to make sure that I understand what it was. And not only on top of that, that first year on the We Serve statement for NBM drove this man to almost going completely gray. And as a redhead and a red beard, that's nearly impossible to make a redhead go gray. And I am eternally grateful that Michael, after 6 years of being a mentor, being a brother, and putting up with me with so many random questions and dramatic text messages that nearly turn into novels, he has put up with me 6 years later. And I don't know if it's going to be another 6 years, 10 years, but I am truly grateful for Michael Faber's friendship, brothership, and the blue and green, because not only does he put up with me, but everybody else does. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, redheads of all ages, Michael, the summit is yours.
Thank you, David. That was nice. You're easy to put up with, by the way, buddy. Minus the whole year of figuring out who you serve. Minus that year. Other than that, you're even great. I think you have more whites than me, brother. I don't want to say anything, but looking at your chin, seems a little more white than me. Maybe I'm giving you a little more than you're giving me here. Can we all give it up for David, though, putting these on? The amount of time and effort he goes into this, and the love he pours. He really does it. He's as good as this is Alan's shirt that he has on today. Alan has a really nice shirt on today. He'll turn his camera on every once in a while. That nice shirt, that's like David in this. It's beautiful. It's beautiful to see. And David, I love what you're doing. And I've been on Facebook for the most of the day listening to y'all. I didn't want to disturb the Zoom. But you guys have been killing it. I'm going to take this toothpick out of my mouth. I feel like that would be appropriate because I'm just getting splinters in here, and I'm trying not to acknowledge I'm getting splinters in my mouth while talking to y'all. So, let's give David his flowers for putting this on. Such amazing people, speakers. The conversations, the talk so far have been phenomenal. You guys are awesome. I'm going to try something new. David gave me like a ration of shit after last time. All right. He was like, you can't be late. Then he started me early today. All right. And then he told me I can't go over time. And then told me I can't. I was like, bro, I'm just going to speak from the heart, man. He's like, no, come prepared. I was like, I don't know why you think me speaking from the heart's not prepared. My heart's been with me every step I've taken. All right. I feel like it's the most prepared part of me. All right. It beat the first thing I did. My heart beat. All right. So I had to type a presentation and send it to him. It had to be approved. I don't know if any other speaker had to do all this shit, but I think David's just trying to pick on me and see how much I'll do to speak here. And I'll do whatever David asks me to speak here. That's what I'll do. All right. So anyone that ever heard me talk, I'm going to say this at the beginning. This isn't us. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm talking with you. This is a conversation. All right. So what I want us to understand each other's language, right? When we understand each other's language, that means we can communicate. If we don't understand each other's language, we can't communicate with one another. All right. I had this moment yesterday. I had to say, yo hablo inglés to somebody. I had to say, yo hablo. Yeah, English. I was like, not Espanol, because I don't know that. I had to say English, so that they were like, sí. And I was like, God, that means yes, right? And because I passed Spanish because I told the teacher I know how to say yo hablo inglés. If they say no, I'll just ask somebody else. All right. And they were like, D, go on. I was like, thank you. All right. And I got to graduate high school. It's a great feat. And I had to ask that yesterday because we need to be able to communicate with each other, and I had to know we could. So if I say you dig, it's just I think I said something that I want you to notice or pay attention to. So when I say you dig, you can say I dig. Or if something hits you and you can just want to say I dig, because I get it. All right. You speaking my language kind of thing. I would love that because I want to know what moves you guys. That's what I'm here for. Someone was trying to amp me up before this talk because I was like, I hate whenever I have to type something. As soon as I type something, I'm like, this is a fraud shit. This is AI. Right. So I'm like, I don't want to type anything. I feel like it's not me. And then so they were like, calm down. And I was just reach one and my job is done. So hopefully one of y'all here get reached by me. That sounds weird. But thank God Justin's not here. But the Travis, stop it. But hopefully one of you guys get reached by me. I say something you need to hear and moves your heart. And if you say I dig, I mean, then I know it happened. So I'd appreciate that. Then we can communicate with one another and go through this. Don't let me talk at you. Talk with me. All right. So I want to start by asking you something. Like, how many of you know you could be, should be, want to be doing more, but just know you're not doing it? All right. Now be real here. Damn, Tish raised her whole hand. She's like, me. That's why I love Tish, man. She'll show up. She has no care how many eyes pop up. All right. She's like, I'm just going to be me. You guys deal with it. All right. And if you don't know her, you should. She's an awesome soul. All right. But if we're being real here, it's not because you don't care and it's not because you're not capable. All right. If you remember when David was telling the story about his first year and he didn't want to pick somebody to serve, he just wanted to serve everybody. And I was like, that sounds great, but it sucks. When you say that, no one really believes it. Also, you really don't want to serve everybody. You want to serve every dickhead. All right. You want to serve rude people, jerks, abusers. All right. You want to serve them? No. Okay. So you don't want to serve everyone. Bet. Perfect. If you say yes after some of those, that's great too. Just don't talk to me. We're not alike. You know what I mean? We can go different ways. They have a phrase, they not like us. That's what they mean when they say that exact example. All right. So that's not the case. It's not because you don't care and it's not because you're not capable. It's because you're waiting. And we make that like we're waiting to like feel ready, or like people use the word clarity now, like it's going out of style. All right. I just need a little more clarity. Now, how the fuck do you get that? All right. Does it just appear to you? All right. Like, is it like osmosis? Is it just a vision in the desert? You just got to keep walking. Like, what is it? And if it is a vision in the desert, my friend, you got to keep walking. All right. You still got to do something for it. Right. Or they're waiting for confidence. Like, we don't know we get confidence by doing things. All right. We don't get confidence before we get good at it. We got to do the thing to get good at to get confidence. All right. Or one of my personal favorites, and some of you mofos have said this to me, the right time. Oh, shit. I'm still waiting for my clock to hit the right time. I just don't see it on it, but someone's got to give me the clue, or this fancy clock you guys have that when it hits the right time, we just know it. All right. So let's get something real. All that bullshit, right time, all that good stuff. It's all a lie. And it's been robbing you. And the sad part is you've been letting it. See, a lot of times, a lot of us think the power comes from a big move. The big launch, right? Like the big speech. Here I am, David, I typed this up for you. I'm official now. All right. Or the big breakthrough. Just when I do this thing, then I'll do it. How many have said that? Hey, when I get this one thing done, then I'll do it. Then I'll go for it. I have someone right now. They're like, just one more thing. When I get this straight, then I'll get back on coaching calls with you. And I'm like, it's always going to be the next thing needs to get straight. What you're doing is dodging the call. And I understand why. It's because you probably don't want to hear what's going to be said on it. All right. That makes sense. We've all done it. All right. So it's not from the big thing. That's not where the power lives. The power lives in every step. All right. And each step builds more power, builds more confidence, builds more strength. All right. In the small one, the uncomfortable one, the one you've been avoiding. Right. Because that step changes your identity. It changes who you are. Each step does. See, something that I've really been working on for myself is like, Jocko Willink wrote a book. It's called Extreme Ownership. It's a real good book. I read that way before I was ready to read that book, but it's still a good book nonetheless. All right. I read that book. I was like, that's what I do, extreme ownership. And then I was like, well, this motherfucker, if he just did this, then it wouldn't. And I'm like, oh, that's not extreme ownership, Mike. You just talked about someone else. All right. And here's the deal. I want no longer, often we talk about ownership like what step we take, the action we do, right? Or the action we don't do. But I also want you to take control and ownership of the narrative. See, all too often, people make us live in our prison. See, Justin Danforth talks about this, and if he's speaking at this event, it sucks he didn't speak before me. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to steal half his presentation. All right? He's going to be pissed off later. He's going to message me like, really, Mike? That's what we do? I'll be like, Justin, I got like 6 months before I see you again, brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm safe. All right. And right now he's got a bad back. You know what I mean? So I know his weak spot. Okay, kryptonite. Now, it's when we talk about that ownership, he talks about the prison we live in. That prison's our mind, man. He's 100% spot on for pretty much anyone that's been to jail. Is that the prison cells you were behind ain't nothing like the prison cells you're here, and you're just stuck. Right? It's all too often because we let people own our identity or who we are. Man, we're that person. I'm that person that made that mistake 40 years ago. I'm the person that made that mistake 30 years ago. I'm that person that made that mistake 20 years ago. I'm that person that made that mistake 10 years ago. How long is your sentence? Right? How long are you going to be a prisoner and not just take the ownership of that's not my identity anymore? Like, sure, listen, who in here didn't make a mistake? Anyone that says they didn't, you're a fucking liar. Right? Like, and that's just the truth. David's going to be pissed off because, like, don't curse. I already said mofo. I'm getting everywhere. Right? My initials are MF. I'm a real MFer. If you expect me not to say any curse words, you're crazy. All right? That's why I don't get invited to speak on a lot of stages. And then I tell them I'm the crackhead version of them. If you were in the room for that one, I think there's one person here that was. When I said I was the crackhead version of the host, I don't think I'll ever be invited for that stage again as well. All right. But anyway, it's don't let them take ownership of your life. You get to own that shit. You're not just your mistakes. You're not just your shortcomings. You're not the times where you're just screwed up. You're all of it. You're the good, you're the bad, you're the indifferent. But how long is your sentence? How long do you think you have to serve? Like, listen, even with the most purest of intentions, shit won't go right all the time. Right? Someone was talking to me yesterday, they're like, but my intentions, man. I was like, bro, your intentions are your heart. And that's a good sign. Right? And that's a good sign. Your intentions are your heart. What you really wanted to have, what you were hoping, what you were planning for, what you were going for, what was in you, man, that's not what's going to happen, nor is it going to happen in the time frame you think it's going to happen. The idea that you think that's controllable by you is hilarious, by the way. It's not. Like, a bunch of different things are going to kick forces here. All right? Like, you ever want to hear God laugh, tell him your plans. All right? So when we change our identity, you don't become confident and then act, you act and then become confident. All right? You don't become clear and then move, you move, and that's what creates clarity. Right? When we first started this, I saw 412 clients in a year, 412 one-on-one calls in a year. Like 396 of them were absolutely free. It was a horrible business model. Okay. And no longer was it a horrible business model, it was a horrible model, period. All right. Like, in every aspect, mentally, physically, business, right? Wealth-wise, right? It was just horrible. But it was the vision. It was what we could see. But by doing that year, I gained clarity. I was like, hold up, we're doing this wrong. And we have to change up how we do this. Like, one, this is not scalable. Two, it's not maintainable. Right? Like, we can't maintain this. The wheels will fall off this thing, and it'll fall off fast. We got to change it up. All right. So what we did was we took the steps and then we could see. But if we never took those steps, we'd never be able to see. Now I have very small group of one-on-one clients. All right. I'm much more ingrained in the community that we have, in our events that we have. Right? Because we create greater impact. Plus, it's not about my voice. It's about our voice. All right? There's people that Tim can reach that I can't reach. They're not meant for my voice. They're meant for his. All right? There's people that Travis can reach that I can't reach. They're meant for his voice. All right? There's people that Mary can reach that I can't reach. There's people that Ashley can reach that I can't reach. All right? Anyone Alan can reach, I can reach. No, I'm kidding. I'm just taking shots at Alan right now. It's fun. I hope that he hears it from far away and he's like, that sucker. All right? Because, Alan does everything out of love. Look at that. See, look at him. Look at that shirt, though. I needed him to turn his camera on. That's a beautiful shirt, man. Don't ever wear that shirt around me. I will steal the shit out of that. All right? The blue and yellow, my mom will like it. I will like it. Jesus. Take the wheel. All right? And you don't become fearless and then go all in. You can ask Alan. Alan lived his life pretty fearlessly. With fear. Fearlessly with fear. Right? You go all in, and that's what kills fear. Right? Like, you do the thing. Now, how scared I was to jump out of a damn plane. I don't know if you know me in heights. I don't love them. I don't know if you know me in free falls. I don't love them. All right. There's a million. I don't even like planes, really. All right. I just go on those because I hate long drives anymore. All right. Because I don't do certain things that helps long drives make easier. All right. So it's you do the damn thing and then that dies or it subsides. I had to do the plane thing twice, and then I felt like I did it enough, and I was like, all right, cool. Like, I don't need to skydive anymore. All right. The first time was god awful. Like, I was trying to ask a guy a question. He just threw me out of the plane. I was like, oh, I fucking hate you guys. All right. I was like cursing him the whole way. I wrote a letter. I bet they laughed about the letter, but I wrote it. I was like, you sons of bitches. All right. You dicks. How do you do this to somebody? I paid you to be tortured. All right. And now I laugh at me. Nice hat, Tim. Someone repping, I respect. All right. Most people are stuck with, oh, there we go. I was going to say, there we go. The topper, the one upper. And you know when he got that, I got to get to mine. Travis still didn't get his. He's a wuss. All right. They talked all that shit. All right. I'm going to beat him to it. But most people are stuck, not because of the common belief that they try to make you think that you're broken or something. All right. You're stuck because you're trying to negotiate with the step. There's no negotiating with the next step. It's just the next step. Take it. All right. I'll do it tomorrow. That's a negotiation with the step. All right. I need to think about it. That's a negotiation with the step. All right. I just need one more piece or one more thing or one more whatever you fill in the blank with. All right. That's negotiating with it. There's no negotiating with it. You just got to take it. You know what every movement needs? Someone said this earlier, and I was like, yes, and it married forever to say the answer. I was like, come on. All right, tell me I wasn't really listening. Every movement needs move. Move. It's part of the word. Right? You need to move for movement. Right? I kept telling everybody I was starting a movement years ago, and everybody's like, end the hoodie. What's up? Right? And sorry, I'm easily distractible. Right? David's pissed. He's like, you sent me this damn thing. You went off script 7 times already. All right. But come on, look at that hoodie, man. This is beautiful. All right. And I kept saying I was starting this movement. And then when my mentors kicked in, it was like, when are you actually going to move? Like, you keep telling me about it. You have it beautifully written up on this whiteboard. I had this whiteboard, drew all over it. I was like, this is where it's going to start. It's going to move here and here and here. And I would always tell the same story. And they were like, are we ever going to really do it, though? Or you're just going to, the movement is you telling me about the movement. All right. I feel like it's a bathroom break. That's what they were telling me. I was like, damn, all right, we need to take the move, right? And let's tell you about one thing that we know for sure. And there's some veterans in the game in the space that are in this room. Alan is a veteran in the space. I respect my elders. And I respect the ones that paved the way for a lot of us that are doing what we're doing. As Alan's been doing this for longer than most of you have been alive. All right. And Tish, man, that woman, Jesus, save us. You know what I'm saying? And then he sent her. That's what happened. Someone said, Jesus, save us. And they sent Tish. It was weird. All right. I didn't know how it happened, but it happened. All right. And now every time I'm like, yeah, I just need to reach out to Tish, let her yell at me for a minute or two. And then we get back at it. I'm like, all right, thank you. Motivated. Let's go. All right. And I think they can vouch for this. I've seen people entire lives change by one decision, one act, one move. I've seen their entire life change in a good way. I've never seen someone's life move in a good way by not taking the step and where they needed to take it. Right? Someone was talking about earlier the messages sent and how the people got married. It was Jessica. Right? She talked about the couple got married because the guy reached out and sent a message. And it was like that one message sent, right? That one room walked into. Most of y'all, I met you in a room. Right? And my life changed forever because I met you. Right? I walked into a crowd. I'm not going to say the name of the business because I don't want to be mean. But I walked into one crappy networking event and I met Alan. And I was like, oh, it's worth it. All right. And there's numerous other people that way where I just walked into a room where I was like, oh, this sucks. And then I met someone, I'm like, oh, this is amazing. All right. And it's life-changing. The one yes, they were scared to say. Travis, man, he came to an event in Florida. He didn't know nobody, he knew nothing. If you've ever been to an event of mine, you know nothing, right? Like, I barely tell you the place we're staying, right? Like, and it's crazy. Like, I don't understand how people come to our events, really. Like, I sit here and think all the time, like, it's insane to come to our events. Like, we don't really tell you anything. You show up at a hotel and say your name. Hopefully they have a room for you. You know what I mean? Like, you really don't, like, have to do anything. It's all pretty much taken care of. But Jesus, that must be terrifying. Like, I'm going to get in a plane. Hopefully someone's there when I land. Tim kept asking me, who's the person picking me up? Then I told him someone different than the actual person picking him up. Right? And I was like, Jesus, man, my bad. I'm glad you got off the plane. Right? Like some of y'all, you guys have great trust. Like, you really have high confidence in yourself. I like it. Right? But, and you guys come in and go into an event, you have no idea what's happening. Travis did that to an event. He never met me. Saw like a couple posts on Facebook. And I was like, yeah, dude, you really want to do that? There's an event in Florida. Here's your ticket, pay for your ticket and get there. He's like, what? Get where? I'm like, and the best, he's like, it's in Orlando. I'm like, no, but fly to Orlando. He's like, what? I was like, yeah, it's not in Orlando, but you fly to Orlando. It's close to Orlando, I guess. Just fly to Orlando. Right? And again, and how do I get there? I was like, I imagine the car will take you, call an Uber. Right? He's like, can I get an address? I'm like, 48 hours till the event. Like, what? Why? I don't even know why I do the 48-hour thing anymore. Really, it's just weird. But man, that's trust. He took that to step in that room. That had to be terrifying to say that yes. Right? That was a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort to get in a room. That dude got in this room, he was scared shitless. Man, he said like 4 words the whole weekend. I didn't know that dude fucking talked. Right? I was like, bro, I don't know if that dude can form words. Like, I don't know if he has a voice. Right? Now this time he wouldn't shut the hell up. Just came to the last men's retreat. Jesus, talked the whole damn time. I was talking, he was talking at the back table to me talking. I was like, yeah, all right, we're having a convo. And he took this real serious when I said, I want to talk to you. I want to talk with you. He was like, bet. He took me up on the challenge. Right? And 10 years from now, he's going to be like, I did that. And if you haven't watched Travis, man, his life's already changed. He's going so hard for it. Man, he's taking leaps and bounds, jumps. He's speaking on stages. He's doing nacho bars. I didn't know, no idea what the hell that was. He's doing a nacho bar. He said, I do a nacho bar at 10. I was like, 10 p.m. That's nuts. He's like, no, 10 a.m. I'm like, people are eating nachos at 10 a.m.? I was like, can I go? Right? Like, I want to be in the room where eating nachos at 10 a.m. is normal. Right? This sounds great. Right? I don't want to be made fun of for eating nachos that early. Nacho cheese. All right, but from 10 years from now, he's going to be able to tell his kids his whole life changed because he took the step. He had the courage to do it. Right? He didn't let anyone stop him. He didn't let himself stop him, that prison in his head. He broke free of that. And if you know Travis's life, he broke free of that many times. All right, he's on a hell of a hot streak, man. All right, I love it, man. I'm celebrating your wins, brother. I'm winning through you winning. All right. And know this, it's supposed to feel uncomfortable. It's supposed to feel uncertain. And if it doesn't, you're probably taking too small a step. Stretch that stride out a little bit, you know what I mean? Test those hammies for all us athletes. All right? The coach, if you were slow, the coach would say, test your hammies out. I mean, run faster. All right? Because you keep saying you're waiting on the right moment, but the truth is your whole life is waiting on your decision. Your life is waiting on your decision. Your choice. All right? You don't build a legacy sitting still. You don't build momentum by overthinking. All right? David didn't do this by the years he spent wondering about who he serves. He did this because about a year ago, he was like, you know what? F it. I'm going to do a virtual event. All right? He took action. In that virtual event, it was like me and him having a convo, I think. All right, now look at it. Man, there are thousands of people that see this. There's dozens of speakers. They're some of the best presenters I know. All right, and I'm a personal professional growth junkie. I go in this thing way too much. All right, I go to events all the time. I love it. I listen to speakers all the time. If I'm not at an event, I'm on YouTube. You know what I mean? It's a free university. And you like that? That was clever, wasn't it? YouTube for university. I saw you smirk. All right. You dig? I dig. All right. You build it by moving. If it shakes your voice, It makes your hands sweat, makes your mind tired, makes your body tired. You do it by moving. And we do it now. We don't do it later. We don't do it tomorrow or whenever whatever it is you're talking about is over. We go now. We start taking the steps. We take it sloppy. We mess up. We make mistakes. And we keep going. We take another step. I make mistakes every day. What I stopped doing is being a prisoner to those mistakes. I stopped being held hostage by those mistakes. And I said, the longer I stay in those, I can't move forward. It's quicksand. You start staying in one mistake, you start staying in all of them. Right? And then all of a sudden you're paralyzed. You can't move. But I did this, this, and this wrong. Well, of course, everybody did stuff wrong. Right? If we're all judged by our ugliest moment, we're all ugly. Right? Years ago, someone sent me a TED talk where this woman said that. She's like, stop judging yourself by your worst moment. If we do that, we're all ugly. Everybody you know. I mean, we are. Man, you can say some great things about me. David does. You can say some horrible things about me. David does. Right? And they're both true. It's what I hope is I'm getting better every day. What I hope is I don't make the same mistakes. What I hope is I make the mistakes I make with a heart that was trying to do good. That was trying to live in that. And stop being held hostage by the things that don't. And I don't want you to overcomplicate this step. I don't want you to think it's the journey, it's the race. A lot of people look at the whole race and be like, I need to run this. Look at the ending. I need to get there. And it's like the next thing could be the call. The next thing could be making the call. The next thing could be making the offer. The next thing could be having the conversation. The next thing could be making the decision. Whatever it is that you feel. It doesn't have to be like this big grand slam of a thing. It's funny, to do a grand slam, multiple people have to get on base before you. You have to get the right pitch. You have to hit the right pitch right. This is for David Shemitsky, right? Or Shamatsky, or whatever how David says it. All right. He loves baseball. He talks baseball talks all the time. That feeling that you're trying to ignore, that's not fear. That's the next level calling you. Right? That's the next thing. That's the next step. That's the next phase. See, Ashley's in here, Ashley Burkeen. I talk a lot of shit about Ashley to her, though. Not when she's not around. I say it for her. Anytime I think of a good one, I'm like, don't even say that. Wait for her. Right? She just launched this new product. All right. I'm not going to butcher it and say what it is. All right. It's a couple different ones. But she launched this new product. Now, she knew about this new product for years. And she made it for years. People used it for years. And you know what's crazy? They got results for years. What do you think made Ashley not take the step on, oh, this could help people? Do you think she just learned that? Oh, shit, this could actually help people. What do I do? No, not to call Ashley out, but I think there might have been like a little bit of, it's just our thing. I don't know, why would I get this to everybody? Like, what if everybody makes fun of it? They're going to call me like wilderness whisperer, right? Out there collecting my little things in the woods, right? If you watch her videos, it's fucking accurate. That's what it does. He's like, look what I found. I'm like, Jesus. Where do you go on that scavenger hunt? All right. She has me out looking at my woods, like I'm gonna find the same shit. Can't find nothing like it. All right. I came back with an acorn. I was like, is this good? All right. But that was her step, and now she took it. All right. Everything you want is on the other side of it. All right. And I make a lot of jokes about it. Actually, I talk a lot of shit. I can't now because she like shut me up last week. Right. I'm like, I can't talk shit about Ashley for like probably 10 years now. Right. And she got a decade pass. Right. But it was on the other side of her doing this because Ashley wanted to help people that suffered like people she knows and loves suffered. All right. So now doing this, she gets to do that and feel that. And that has to be fucking cool. Right. All right. And that's hers now. And it didn't start by her just being like, fuck it, here's a product. All right. It started by one step, making it, or someone having a problem that she cared about. They couldn't find a solution. So as the great entrepreneur spirit, if you can't find the solution, you become it. And then she had to make it, then she had to see it work, and then she had to give it to other people. And then it was like, oh, okay, it was step by step by step. And now she's here. All right, with a whole new product launch and selling out, right, of the product. All right. So I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to challenge you to, when you leave this event today, tomorrow, 10 minutes from now, or you wish before I start talking, that you don't go back to overthinking. Don't go back to over planning like David tried to get me to do for this event. Tomorrow is the one I have to do good. He threatened me. David rarely threatens me, all right, as it never. He threatened me. I knew that it was serious. He's like, you're speaking after my parents. Don't mess this up. All right. And then he said, my favorite was, don't be an effing asshole, okay? I was like, if you were going to say the asshole word, you should have just said the F word too. Right? Like you dumbed the one down for the other one. I don't get it. Right? Like, it was a weird play. You got me in there like you were going to G-rate this thing, but then you went PG real quick. And I was like, oh, all right. But so everybody definitely come back tomorrow to see his parents rock it and then see me be PG tomorrow and not say a curse word and see if that really works. You don't have to go back to getting ready either. Just take the step. So here's the deal. If you just focus on taking that step, I think I've said that quite a bit. Take that step. You did. See what happens if you just focus on taking that step. You're going to add up your steps, and it's going to be a long race that you ran. It's going to be a marathon. Right? They said, Jessica said, the doctor said, don't run a marathon. I said, oh shit, she's running a marathon. It's just not a real race. All right. Michael Martin almost trying to be heard again. Always has a hot mic. Right? Earlier during the break, there's this nice song playing, and he's like being sweet as he could be to his wife too. That's the only reason why I didn't make fun of him. He was being real nice to Julia, and I was like, Julia will whoop my ass if I say something about him being nice to her. So I ain't gonna say nothing. All right, but his mic was hot. I was like, someone tell him. All right, and Michael, man, I'm not picking on you by saying take a step. You can take a wheel. You know what I mean? Take a little roll. All right. Michael Martin Hummel was hilarious. He came to a men's retreat, and at the men's retreat, I was like, nice mug, bro. Anyway, at the end of the men's retreat, I was like, Mike, man, you have a good time, bro. I want to make sure you had a good time. He's like, man, you know what pisses me off? You don't pick on me. I was like, what? He's like, you don't ever say a joke about me, man. Like, I want to just be one of the guys. I was like, shit, roll to this table, bro. So they roll up, and like literally every guy in there was just taking shots at him. And he's crying, laughing. Right? I was like, what's with this dude? Right? But I always said, like, bro, I know you're one of my best friends because you will not walk away from me, brother. He was like, yeah. And I'm like, but you can't be my best friend because I know you won't stand up for me either. He said, that's bullshit. I can stand up. I was like, all right, my bad. All right, but it was great. Michael just wanted to, he was like, I'm part of the crew. Like, so now we always have to say jokes to Michael because so he feels like he's part of the crew with us. So Michael doesn't get touchy. Please don't get touchy either. All right, if you do, talk to Michael Martin Hummel about it. He'll listen. Well, he's a great listener. Also, I love the hat on, brother. But take the step. Don't wait. Don't think about it. Take the step immediately before your mind has time to talk you out of it. I did a presentation on what it takes to win. All right. And there's a difference between the people that win and the people that watch. There's a difference. There's a difference between the people that win and the people that lose. There's a difference. All right. And it's not talent. I'm not talented. Y'all graduated grades better than me. Right? Y'all, like, I say y'all, you know what I mean? Like, y'all obviously speak better than me. Well, I'm talking to all of you. I can't say each name. All right. It's not because of talent. It's not because of luck. All right. It's not even resources. I would say it's more resourceful than resources. Be more resourceful, but that's a different talk. It comes down to who's willing to move first, who's willing to move more, and who's willing to keep moving. Because I promise you, everyone in this room, life is happening to right now. Our life is happening. Crazy shit's happening. Shit no one even knows about's happening. I'm sure everyone in this room has dealt with some real life. Dealt with some real crazy. I'm not talking about like me type of crazy. I'm not talking about like Alan type crazy. He's real crazy. But I'm talking about crazy. Everybody's got it. Who's still willing to move with it? Who's still willing to take that step? Even with all that crazy shit going on. How long are you going to sit out for? How long are you going to lick your wounds for? How long are you going to say this wasn't fair for? All right, so who's willing to move first? Who's willing to keep moving? And who's willing to move after the shit? Because it's coming. And you can use it to sit in it, which I don't know why you'd want to. Sitting in shit's weird. Okay. Or we can use it as fertilizer and grow from it. Right? There's a unique smell. If you've ever been to Georgetown, Delaware, you spend a lot of time in the good old Georgetown or Delaware, the G town, we like to call it because that's where the G's go. Right? There's a distinct smell here in the spring. And everybody's like, damn, when they're new to it, they're like, damn, it smells like shit. I want to be like, it is. Right. But I don't. I normally say, you see that smell and you're like, oh, you know what I know is about to happen? Boy, we're about to have some growth. People about to eat, literally. People about to make some money. Right. Like it's a crazy time. It's whatever you think it is, man. I know that means growth is about to happen. So I'll say this to Hudson all the time. I'll talk about the shit that's happening, and then I'll say, I guess it means we're about to grow something. Right? And he says, don't say that creepy shit to me, bro. I'm like, I didn't think it was creepy. Right? Most people spend their life waiting to feel ready. Winners build their life because they moved anyway. Don't wait. Don't hesitate. Don't shrink. Take the step and watch what happens next. Thank you all. Thank you, David. Thank you, everyone, for being in the room. Thank you for letting me make jokes and smile every once in a while. Tish even smiled once. All right, I appreciate it. There's twice. All right, you guys are awesome. Long live the Unleashed. Also, Ashley has a tattoo of the blue and green on her arm.
Yeah,
She won the bet.
I was gonna ask about that because I know you said it was AI generated, but who knows, you know? But thank you, Michael.
It's not there anymore. What happened? I don't know. It just disappeared. See how it removed?
No, it's here. It's crusty today. I assure you, it's healing. It's not AI.
It's crusty.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. Now that all went down. AI generated. I'm like, oh crap. Here.
God, 3 days. Talk about moving.
Yeah, that's pretty epic. But thank you, Michael. You know, and just to clear it all up, I didn't threaten the guy. I didn't ask him to submit his speech to me.
I have the messages to prove this. I'll put them out on Facebook for evidence.
For evidence. Like we need to get in front of a jury and a judge when it comes to me. I mean, come on. I mean, I'm like as innocent as a gopher, you know. I'm like the gopher from Caddyshack at the end of the movie who does the little shuffle dance move as the whatever is.
Would you
blowing up.
consider him innocent, though?
You know, nobody's ever proven it guilty.
Mhm.
But I know there's a lot of people here that are going to put their hands up here really quick because everybody's got their camera on. And, you know, yet I have not had that happen for me, but I will get there. And I don't know if Lauren's eyes doing that wide little thing right there means she wants to go first. Just teasing, Lauren. Whatever, Hummel. No, he wasn't. He just blew everything up. Who wants to go for I can't even talk right now. Who would like to go first and pour into our wonderful friend? Oh boy. It's Deb. We never know what she's going to do. Go ahead, Deb.
Michael, hey baby.
I knew she was going to do that.
My takeaways. Let's see, something about a step. Yeah, anyway, I'll get back to that. I took notes. You had mentioned about good intentions. My mentor, Jewel Fitzgerald, isn't that a fabulous mentor name? Used to constantly say, I'm paving my road to hell with good intentions. So I like that. I loved, and I'm going to totally steal it and use it going forward. Mistakes are like quicksand. Of course, if you are constantly reliving them, bringing them back up, etc. And also, and this makes me just feel good about life in general and our current circumstances, crazy will equal growth and change. And mwah. Thank you.
Okay, it's not even halfway through the day and I'm still not unmuting myself. Holy macaroni and cheese. Love it, Deb. Thank you for that. Who else? I know there's more that would love to put their hands up, and we're ahead of schedule here, and we're going into a lunch break. So, who would love to say something else towards Michael? Tattoo Queen? Who wants
Hudson
to
said he wanted to say
unleash their-
something.
Going once?
I'll say something. I'll say something.
Okay.
No, I love and adore you and the whole fam, right? You are like the torturous older brother that I just can't get away from. And every time you speak, I learn something. And even if I've heard it before, you say it in a way that like connects. So I always appreciate hearing you talk. Even when you're making fun of me, but that's our banter, right? We don't like you if we don't make fun of you or we're indifferent. And so I appreciate it. I appreciate the bullying, Michael. But yeah, you always just you say something that's powerful every single time. And it's always different. And I've heard every time you speak something different from you. But you always bring it around to the same thing, which is showing what your purpose is for us. And we appreciate you for that. And I do really big. So thank you.
Thank you, Ash. I guess he's the torturous older brother, and I'm the nice older brother. Is that how it works?
Yeah, good cop, bad cop. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I'll take that one. What you got, Tish, and then Myrna?
So remind me who that crazy guy is again.
I can't remember his name. I think his name is like Francois.
The greatest thing about Michael Faber is that he is very modest and humble. And the list goes on and on and on. Yeah, David's like, you really don't know who this guy is. And I'm not going to share all of it because it will come out. The thing about Michael is that he's not afraid. He is unafraid to put people on stage. He is, and I've stalked him. Well, I'm in HR, so I'm not allowed to say stalked. I have followed him many, many, many years. He's not afraid. People out there, they're not going to put their people on stage because you might screw up. You might say something stupid. You might look stupid. Not Michael. He's like, I'm going to throw them on stage whether they like it or not, because that is growth. And I'll end with, there is no debate. The lion does not have to roar to prove what he is. He just is. So Michael Faber just is. The real, the deal.
The real, the deal. We'll take two more. And
Thank you, Tish. I appreciate you.
Sorry, Mike.
No, I was just saying thank you.
No, I figured that. Mary, and then Myrna, and then Mary, and then we'll end with Mary. Go ahead, Myrna.
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 So I just did the thing. I'm showing up. I still have bedhead. I'm still in my pajamas. I'm enjoying Florida weather and no snow in Canada. But here I am taking yet another trip on a plane. And I had a discussion with Michael last night in that last year in Nashville, I took a step. I blindly went and met Doug. I met the crew. I met everybody there. And just one step, that step going has changed my entire year. The things I have done, the people I have met, the growth, the classes, the courses, the reading, the inspiration has led me to this week where I have been beyond stressing over my first time on stage at the Women's Unleash You retreat. I cannot wait to be there. I'm a natural born speaker. I speak in a classroom on a stage every day, but my group is 7 and 8 year olds. That is home, but taking that step. And Michael got a picture yesterday of me on the plane. And it's like, you get credit every single time I'm on a plane because it just took that one step to go to do. And honestly, Michael, I started to dig your whole presentation and took notes, like literally before you even really started, in that I was trying to make my speech this weekend be the best, the top, the grab everybody. And I wanted it to be powerful. And no matter what, it's going to be powerful because it's my truth. It's me showing up and standing in who I am. And that is what just doing it does. Once you start doing that, it's infectious and it's amazing. And so, yeah, just do it. So thank you. I appreciate absolutely every one of you on here. You've all been a part of my journey as well, whether just quietly in the background, but stepping up and taking that time for me is I can't even find words for it. So y'all get me as me, bedhead and all, because I'm unapologetically being who I am and fucking loving it. So thank you. And David, you guys, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I've been in the woodwork. I've been behind a couple times in David's retreats, not willing and wanting to be out there yet, but I'm there. I'm definitely there. So thank you for this safe space.
You're very welcome.
David, did you hear that? That she said she wants to speak at the next one. That's what she just
I
said.
know. I just logged that away, and I was just going to say TBD.
Perfect.
And you'll be on the next one, because when I hear something like that, I log it away for the next one.
Well,
So-
I'm on holidays here in Florida, and I've been sitting with y'all this morning, enjoying it. And there's a reason that I left Canada and I'm on a break and I'm quiet, but somehow I found you. Somehow I found all of you today, and I am right where I need to be.
Hey,
So
Myrna, I'm actually going to put you on the spot here really quick before we end with Mary. We
Okay.
had a last minute cancellation for tomorrow.
I'm in. Let's do it.
Okay, I'll send you the
I'll-
time.
I'll even shower. Okay. I promise.
Okay. I'll send you the time for tomorrow, and would love for you to jump on with us tomorrow.
Let's do it.
Awesome sauce.
Let's do it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And then we'll wrap it up with Mary. What you got for us, Mary?
Well, how do I follow that? Myrna, I'm so excited for you, and your energy is amazing. Like, congratulations for taking that step. The only thing I wanted to say, two things to Michael. Loved everything that you said. I dig, and I'm getting what you're putting down. So thank you.
Love it, Mary. Myrna.
Thank you. You're really not going to let Hudson speak? He was really wanted to.
Oh,
Huh?
well, for a second there, I thought you were actually serious, and I just looked down at him, and then I saw the mute button, and he's laughing and shaking his head. I knew you were being a smart ass, but wow. All right, y'all. This has been an epic morning, and for the first time in Mountain Summit virtual history, we're actually going to take a little bit of a break, and it's going to be longer than 10 minutes or 20 minutes. It's actually going to be a 55-minute lunch break. And I know, Megan, I'm sorry. I felt bad when you just signed back on, but now you get to
No,
talk.
don't feel bad. That's what she gets for skipping me.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
I was here before you.
But with that being said, right, we're going to come back and we're going to hit this hard, because our next speaker coming up, everybody knows this living legend, because she has one of the most epic smiles of all smiles, especially when she has a motorcycle helmet on. And that's one of our own Martha Kartawi, who always has a way to make us all cry and make our hearts explode into a million pieces. So we're going to take about a 55-minute break, come back on Facebook and YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, as I become to sound like a cheesy sales-like person on an info channel. But don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And ladies and gentlemen, not only did you get to hear Michael Faber, or as Myrna calls him, Faber, he's going to come back. Sorry, Mama V, I know you're watching on Facebook. Please don't get mad at me. Michael is going to come back tomorrow and share some more wisdom with us. So we'll see y'all in about 55 minutes now. Have a good lunch. Everybody on Zoom land, stick with me, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.